what will we learn first of all? So before proceeding, we will understand that what is history, the history of which area are we going to study, what are the sources to learn this, and how do we classify this. Okay, everyone? So let's get started without any further delay. So first of all, how do we define history? So history is something which has already happened. This is basically a layman term, right? If we talk about the definition of history in a very simple word, a definition for the layman, some people will say that, sir, anything which has happened in the past, that is history. But the students must learn that history is basically the record of, or the compilation of the interaction between the factors of change, all right everyone, factors of change, and the changes incurred upon the human beings. So basically, when we say that there are certain factors of change, when we consider a long time period, suppose several thousands, several lakhs years ago, from that time period up to present, we have been the witness of several factors of change. For example, at present, if we are trying to connect this definition with the present scenario, we can say that at present the artificial intelligence is a disruptive technology. It is a major factor of change right now. So artificial intelligence, it will change the way of interaction of the human beings among each other, as well as the interaction of the human beings with the society, with the technology, with the administration, with the economic factors, isn't it? So anything which is there to change the pattern of interaction, the pattern of connection between the human beings and the other factors, socio-cultural, economic, political factors related to the human life, then this type of interaction takes place, and when we compile the entire record, then this is called as the history of the human, of the society, and of the people. So it is very important to understand that we should not and we do not study the history of the king, the queens, and the important people only. No. We study the history of various factors of changes. This is why you will see the questions in UPSC, they seldom ask any questions related to the life stories of any king or any queen. They ask the questions related to certain significant features. For example, this year UPSC had asked a very simple, straightforward question in their mains examination. And let me tell you, that question in the mains examination, that was directly dependent upon the very first unit of class 6th NCERT. What was that question? The question was the role of the geographical factors in the development of history. That's very easy to understand. Okay, so basically this is the history which we are going to study. Right everybody? Good morning to all of you, those who are joining in the session. And after that, the history of where. So this question is very, very important. Very, very important. Which place? How many of you are, very much fantasized to the idea of Akhand Bharat? Anybody who knows about what is the meaning of the so-called Akhand Bharat? We all must have seen right now that nowadays there are various websites or various people who are promoting this idea of Akhand Bharat. Why? Because when we study history, we study the entirety of the subcontinent. The entire subcontinent is covered when we study the history of India. And when we talk about the entire subcontinent, right, remember that we are actually concerned about, right, we are concerned about this particular area, right, this particular area, okay. And not only this area, but also we are concerned about certain parts of Afghanistan. And when we are talking, right, when we are talking about certain parts of Afghanistan, we are also talking about the certain parts of Nepal. We are also talking about the Sri Lanka, and almost you can say the entire geographical area covering the whole Indian subcontinent pertaining to the ranges of Himalayas, okay, Himalayas in the north, and Hindu Kush, and right, Hindu Kush, Suleiman, and Kirthar, etc. in the northwest, and Tibetan, right, Tibetan hills or Tibetan plateau in the northeast, because several anecdotes related to the Indian culture, they are also found in the Tibetan plateau. For example, there are inscriptions written in the Sanskrit language, or there are inscriptions written in the Tibetan language related to the Buddhism, related to the Vedic culture. We have obtained such inscriptions or such records mentioned on the birch leaf, etc., on the Tibetan plateau also, right? So we can say that there are various locations apart from India which we can refer to understand the history of India. Not only in the Indian subcontinent, let me also tell you not about the Akhand Bharat only, but also about the Vrihattar Bharat. In Sanskrit we call it as the Vrihattar Bharat, or in English we say it as the Greater India. How many of you have studied about or even heard about this Greater India? Guys, if you consider the Southeast Asia, okay, Southeast Asia, even Southeast Asia also provides the great source of information, or provides great information related to the Indian dynasties, Indian art and architecture, and also related to the Hinduism and Buddhism, particularly Hinduism and Buddhism. Right now, so we can say, for example, after the decline of the Gupta Empire in the 6th century, 5th century, we started having the shifting of our art and architectural features similar to the Guptas. These features started shifting towards the Southeast Asia via the contact between the South Indian dynasties, particularly with the Southeast Asian dynasties. Right? So we will try to understand this correlation as well. Most of you must have heard about the places like Angkor Wat, right? Like Borobudur. So particularly even today, if you see Bali, there is a place Bali in Indonesia that is still having a significant impact of the Hindu culture. Similarly, if you observe several places in Malaysia, several places in Cambodia, in Thailand, even in the southern Myanmar, you will observe that these places are still carrying the evidences, the remnants of the ancient Indian culture. So that is why we are able to understand, I hope, that if we study the history of India, at certain point in the history, we will also learn about the connectivities of the Indian culture with the Southeast Asian nations. Okay, everybody. Now moving further, what are the sources of study history? Sources of studying history. So there are numerous sources, but which are the major ones? So if we talk about the sources of the history, right? Sources of historical studies. So let me tell you that these sources include mainly the archaeological sources, okay, archaeological sources. They are the written sources, there are the verbal sources, okay, verbal sources, and there are the sources which are yet to be unearthed. So usually we can say that there are three major types of the historical sources: archaeological, written and verbal sources. When we talk about the archaeological sources, let me tell you, archaeological sources, they include the excavated sources related to the common life or royalties or animal remains, right? So anything which is basically related to the remains of, right, remains which are buried underground, right? So anything which we find either buried underground or over the ground in the natural form, such resources or such sources of historical studies, they are called as the archaeological sources. And let me also tell you that these archaeological sources, they include so many things, like the animal fossils are there, right? For example, we have the evidences, some of the tooth, some of the bones, right? These things might be that of the animals, might be that of the human beings, right? Some of the potteries, etc., the remains of the wheels, the remains of the toys, all these things, they are counted under the archaeological sources. Basically, archaeological sources means one thing: material source. Okay, so this is in one line: material sources. And this is, what is this? This is basically the inscripted sources. Inscripted sources means what? Inscripted sources means that certain written documents, certain inscribed paleograph, certain edicts, all these things are the example of the written sources. For example, we can write down, there are the paleographs, there are the edicts, there are the inscriptions, all right, there are the manuscripts, okay, manuscripts. What are these things? Some of you might not be aware about the meaning of paleograph. So paleograph is anything which is a type of old writings, that old writings usually found on the rock surfaces or certain old walls, okay, certain mountain surfaces. So paleographs. When we talk about the edicts, what are the edicts? Edicts basically include the royal writings or the inscriptions made upon the natural surfaces like the rocks or the constructed surfaces like the pillars. Okay, so rocks or the pillars or any type of stone or the solid surface that could be the basis of inscribing the edict. For example, Ashoka's edict. Ashoka's edict are the example of that. Similarly, we have the inscriptions. What is the meaning of inscription and how is it different from the edict? So edict is essentially on a stone surface. However, the inscriptions they could be on the stones, they could be on the metals, and they could be on the wood. Okay, so anything which is having a hard surface, either a metallic surface or a wooden surface or a you can say stone surface, anything which is used to inscribe the orders of the royal authorities, they are called as the inscriptions. For example, the Sohgaura copper plate inscription of Ashoka. For example, the Paharpur copper plate inscription or Aaron stone inscription. So these are certain examples of the copper plate, stone and different types of inscriptions. Then we have the manuscripts. What is the meaning of the manuscript? Manuscript is basically when something is written down on the soft surface, perishable surfaces like the leaf of the birch, like the leaf of the palm date, okay, or even on the shells of certain trees, such things, even on the coconut shell also. So we have certain type of manuscripts, right? We have certain types of manuscripts available as a very ancient source of the historical reconstruction. There is a question in the comments that, sir, is the rock painting a source of the archaeological evidence? Absolutely, yes. Rock paintings are the archaeological sources, okay, because they usually do not have any written symbols as such. They have the images, right? They have the images. So they are primarily regarded as the archaeological sources. However, if we say that certain symbols are painted, then it becomes a little bit dicey. All right, everybody. Now moving to the third type of source of the historical reconstruction. How many of you have heard the stories about the local rulers? Nowadays it is very popular source. The people, they come across certain stories about their favorite ruler. For example, mostly in Uttar Pradesh, we come across the stories of Alha and Udal. How many of you have heard about the stories of Alha and Udal? Or how many of you have heard the stories of Chandrakanta? Anyone? The story of, the legendary stories, the folk tales, which don't have the written evidences to prove, which don't have any inscriptions to prove, but they are popular as the historical undersayings among the masses for a long period, since a long period of time. So this is why they must be having some sort of historical realities, right? All of you must have heard about the very famous stories of the Vikram Betal. But do you know that Betal Bhatt, he was a court member in the kingdom of Vikramaditya II, or sorry, Vikramaditya I or Chandragupta II, the same person. Okay, so this is how the stories are formulated out of the historical fact. This become a fiction. Okay, so this is why you can believe that in the Puranas also, our ancient sources include the Puranas. There are many stories about that once upon a time there was the huge flood on all over the earth, and entire earth started sinking in the water, and then there was a Matsya avatar, right? So these type of stories are there. However, some of the stories, they have the element of historical realities as well, okay? And our Puranas are the best kind of example for the for the third type of source. All right, everybody. There are certain stories in all the religious literature of the world, be it the Bible, be it the Quran, be it the Puranas, and also the fables of Buddhism known as the Jataka stories. Yes, exactly, the story of Noah. In fact, that story of the great flood where the water was just plowing the earth, this story is found almost in every ancient culture, even in the Mayan civilization, even in the Inca civilization, even in the Nordic civilizations, particularly the Vikings, even in the Chinese story, Persians, Mesopotamians, every civilization, they have this element of the great story of that flood, the great flood. Okay, so we can understand that our sources of the history, they are dependent upon the archaeological sources, written sources, and the verbal sources. And most importantly, the first two sources are more reliable. The last one is also having the symptoms, the elements of history, but it is very difficult to extract out the historical facts. One very important source which is not mentioned here, which is studied separately, that is the numismatics. That is the numismatics. Okay, everyone? What is the meaning of numismatics, guys? Numismatics means the study of the coins, okay, coinage. So coins are very significant source of the historical understandings. And why so? Because the coins provide the valuable informations. For example, if we observe that there was a coin minted during the period of any ruler, so the image of the ruler would be there. If not the image, then the symbols would be there. All right. And if we talk about the metal which is used in making that coin, so you can very easily understand, you can very easily understand the intrinsic value, right? Intrinsic value as well as the extrinsic images or the informations. Both of them are very, very crucial to understand the historical sources. So if the coin is made up of the gold or any valuable or any bullion metal like gold or silver, then we can assume safely that yes, this particular culture or this particular ruler must be very rich. His kingdom must be very, very prosperous and wealthy. That is why they were making the coins in the gold. Now tell me one thing, when is your kingdom prosperous? There are two conditions. Number one, either you have looted the wealth from other kingdoms, only then you will get the gold. Number two, when your kingdom is very peaceful, very prosperous, very prosperous due to the trade business, where the business and commerce is proliferating, there is the possibility of prosperity and wealth creation. This is why whenever we have the evidences of the gold coins, we can assume that this empire was the prosperous, proliferating and wealthy empire. For example, Gupta period, for example, Kushan period. Okay, so these are certain examples which can recreate or which can help in the recreation of the history. Okay, everyone. Now I will also talk about a new part which is not mentioned in the NCERT. That is the sources yet to be unearthed. Remember guys, history is not static. There is a very common myth that people think that history is very static in the nature. It has already happened, so there is no scope of any improvisation. There is no scope of anything new. It's absolutely a misconception. For example, let me tell you something very interesting. How many of you have heard about the archaeoastronomy? Anybody in the class? Archaeoastronomy. I hope that most of you must not have heard it. When we talk about such sources which are or such incidents which are noted down in the religious scriptures or in the fables or the legendary tales like the Puranas, etc., or the Jataka tales. So when we note down these things, there are certain events, particularly the Indian epics like Mahabharata, like Ramayana. In the historical tradition, they have been called as itihasa. Itihasa means what? History in English. But when we say that it is itihas, but we don't get the evidences to prove the itihas, that's why we are considering them as the epics, like any other epic which is compiled by or composed by any great poet, right? Now, but when we have the new technology, when we have the new understandings, eventually developing with the time, then we would be able to take out the better meaning of those instances, right? For example, if you might not have heard about Sinoli, how many of you have heard about Sinoli? Anyone who has heard about Sinoli, or anyone who has heard about Vaigai? Anyone? These two places. Whosoever has heard about Sinoli and Vaigai civilization. Good morning, Sunny and Neeraj, right? Sinoli and Vaigai civilizations, or these are the places which have been recently unearthed, recently excavated. Not only Sinoli and Vaigai, even Rakhigadhi is also giving us the new evidences every year, right? So, when we talk about Vaigai, which is located in Tamil Nadu near Madurai, or when we talk about Sinoli, located in Uttar Pradesh, right, located in Uttar Pradesh. So, these places are giving us the new evidences. Till now, we must not have heard, we must not have studied, even NCERT does not count that the place like Sinoli, which belongs to a specific period, approximately 2000 BC, right? So, that place is having the antenna swords, is having the wheel-based chariots, right? It is having the joint burial. It is having the women warriors buried in the ground. So, what does it tell us? It tells us that there were certain communities living in the Gangetic plains, and those communities were the warrior communities. They had the knowledge of the swords, they had the great knowledge of chariot making, they had the great knowledge of fighting traditions. So, we may see in the upcoming times, we can see these things in the books also, right? UPSC will be very much interested to ask the questions from such type of new topics as well. Got it? So, this is why it's very, very important to understand the sources. Now, so sources we have studied. Now, let us understand the classifications. Let us understand about the classifications of the historical period. Okay, everyone? So, when we talk about the classifications, classification of the history, all right, everybody? Then there are multiple criteria. There are multiple criteria to classify or to categorize the history. For example, if we take the old criteria, old methodology, that is prominently followed by the colonial historians. Guys, we need to, in fact, we must understand it, very, very important part, because this will give us a very solid concept that how is history written, how is it classified. You all must have heard about the people like J.S. Mill, the people like uh, Alexander Cunningham, right? Alexander Cunningham, or the people like even William Jones, the people like Vincent Arthur Smith. You know what? These people, they are basically related to the colonial historical writings, particularly J.S. Mill. In fact, the entire Mill family, the father and son both, they are considered as the pioneer figures in the Indian historiography. What is the meaning of historiography? Historiography means the writing of the history. Okay, the methods of compilations or understanding the history. Okay, everybody. So he was the one who was trying to categorize the Indian history, and which rule did he follow? He followed the very basic, and I would say very unscientific rule. He categorized the Indian history into three parts: the Hindu, the Muslim, and the British. Okay, so according to them, it was the ancient period, which was Hindu, medieval period, that was Muslim, and modern period, that was British. This was the ridiculously unscientific and highly misleading type of categorization of the history or the classification of the history. Okay, but when we talk about the new method, or when we talk about new methodology, then here we categorize the historical timeline on the basis of the resources and certain features of creation. For example, here we categorize the history, first of all, in the prehistorical period. All right, everybody. Then we categorize it into the proto-historical period, and then we categorize it into the historical period. Okay. In the historical period also, we have the ancient period. That means here basically it includes the formative stages, stage of empires. Then we have the medieval period. Okay, everybody. Medieval period means the alternate disintegration, alternate disintegration and reintegration due to the feudal system, and then we have the modern age or modern period, which includes the emergence of nationality or nationalism and modern values. Guys, try to understand the difference here. Okay, this is very, very simple, very simple. Okay, here basically prehistorical period is when, right, it is when we don't have, here we don't have any written evidence, any written evidence. We don't have anything like that. Here, proto-historical period, we have the written, right, we have the written evidences, but we can't understand it, can't decode. Okay, so both of these periods, they primarily rely upon the archaeological sources. Okay, archaeological sources. Got it, everybody? I hope it's clear to all of you. Primarily rely upon the archaeological sources, have the written but can't understand. Proto-historical, we don't have the written evidence. Prehistorical. Then here we come across the historical period. Historical period is something which is, it is that particular period where all the verifiable, verifiable resources are there. Okay, so we have all the verifiable resources. Okay, everybody, example, Stone Age is the prehistoric period. Example, Harappan civilization is the proto-historic period. Example, Buddhist or Jainism or Mahajanapad or Guptas, Mauryas, Harshavardhan, right, any particular dynasty, British period, everything, that is the example of the historical period. That is historical period. All right, everybody. So I hope that you don't have any doubts related to this categorization. Okay, everyone. So in the historical period, we have the ancient. Why? What is the difference between ancient and the medieval and the modern? What is the difference? So basically, when we say ancient period, there we are not having the evidences of, the decentralization. Whenever there was an empire formed, that empire had a largely centralized structure of administration. Example, Mauryan Empire. Vast empire, but centralized administration. Even in the world history also, Roman Empire, huge empire, but centralized structure. Okay. So usually the centralized empires, they give us the impact that there was less awareness among the common people about the administration, about the tax collection, about the development of art and architecture. The common people were not that much aware about these things, which includes the empire of Mauryas also. So when we say that Maurya Empire was a huge empire, then also understand that common people were not bothered about this huge empire. Only the central authority and their administrative officers were aware that there is something called empire. Okay. Today we are all aware that yes, there is something called government. Today we are all having the interaction with the government. Ancient periods, the common people, they had the least interaction with the government, with the empire. Okay. But as the history goes along with the time, there must be the increasing awareness about the ruling authorities, increasing awareness about the administrative mechanisms. Yes or no? Tell me, guys. After certain period of time, you all are there who are able to understand that how is this working. Suppose the mobile phone technology that was introduced, the elderly people did not understand how to operate mobile initially. But later on, after spending some years, after seeing the working of that technology, even the elderlies also got to understand that yes, this is how the mobile phone works, this is how the video call happens. They all got to understand it. Similarly, the common people, when they were living under the empire was continuously expanding and inculcating the new areas. Then those common people, they got to understand that yes, there is certain method of ruling. Okay. And not only that, even the expansion of agriculture that resulted into the rising prosperity among the common folks, and they started ruling the local areas. So guys, what will happen? Then we will enter into the medieval period where the centralized empire that will be disintegrated into several smaller kingdoms, because the local authorities, they will be capable enough to rule their small areas. And this is why this age will be called as the age of decentralization and the age of feudalism. What is the meaning of the feudal system or feudalism? Where the central authority is just nominal for the name's sake, but the real power, that is shared by several stakeholders who are fighting constantly among themselves to establish their dominance. Example, Rajput period. You must understand that Rajputs were the example of the feudal system. Why? Because there were hundreds of the kings. All of them were fighting among themselves. All of them were saying that yes, they are the best, they are the powerful, right? Disintegrated phase. However, one of them or some of them might be more powerful than the others, and therefore ultimately there would be the formation of large kingdoms. But that large kingdom, it will have the continuation of the local authorities ruling in their respective areas. All right, everybody. So this is the meaning of the medieval period. The meaning of modern age, when the common people get the access to government, when the common people start participating in the decision making, right? What is that called as? That is called as the democratic reforms. When the common people, they get the representation, they get the independence, they get the liberty, they get the right to equality, right to education. When the individual becomes more important than the God, right? Then we call it as the modern period. But the most important thing to understand is the timeline, my dear. Timeline. Very, very important thing to understand. The timeline. So, some people might be thinking that, sir, how can we exactly categorize? Was there any specific year when there was the transition from the ancient to the medieval, medieval to the modern? Is there any specific year? My answer is no. History is not disintegrated. History is not discrete. It is continuous. Okay. So let us assume that the time immemorial is beginning from this point, and we are here reaching into the prehistoric phase. Okay, this is basically the prehistoric phase. Let me just mark it with a separate. Okay, so this is the prehistoric phase. All right, prehistoric phase. Then we have the proto-historic phase. Then we have the historical, right, entire historical period. So guys, try to understand it, that when we say the prehistoric period, right, prehistoric period, prehistorical age, here we have the Paleolithic we have Mesolithic, we have Neolithic, and we have Chalcolithic, we have a Megalithic, right? Different time periods are there. Got it, everybody? And when we talk about the proto-historical period, this is the proto-historic period. Okay, here we have Harappan civilization. Harappan civilization. Guys, remember one point that there is not any specific dot, any specific point from where it would start. This is basically overlapping upon each other. This is basically overlapping upon each other. All right, everybody. And then we have the historical time period. So in the historical period we have, now I will start giving the time frame, right? Because the prehistorical age, that cannot be given a specific time phase. For example, suppose we are talking about the Paleolithic. Paleolithic means the old stone age. So in India, certain places are there where the old stone age is having the specimens as old as like 50,000 or 1 lakh year. There is a place called Bori in Maharashtra that is as old as 14 to 22 lakh years. 14 lakh years up to 22 lakh years. This much of antiquity is possible, okay, from Bori. Similarly, there are certain places in the Shivalik ranges. There are the places in the, there is a place in Madhya Pradesh called as Hathnora, right? Hathnora, Adamgarh. So these are certain areas or certain places which are giving us the remains from lakhs of years old specimen. So for the sake of convenience, we can categorize them like 50,000 year to 5 million years. But I should say one thing, that we must not try to give the exact time in the pointed form, because that is not a scientific way to study that. However, beginning from the Harappan period, from where we start getting the proper evidences, the proper verifiable, understandable evidences. But yes, written evidences are not studied yet, of course, but we can categorize the time period. So Harappan civilization that existed from 3300 BC up to 1300 BC. All right, everybody. Then we have the historical period. So this historical period, this is basically a huge, right. In the historical period, we have the Vedic culture, okay, Vedic culture. We have Mahajanpad. We have the Mauryas. We have post-Mauryas. We have the Guptas, right? Here we have later Guptas, and here we have tripartite, and here we have the Cholas and Rajputs. Okay. So up to this point, I think everybody should get a basic idea about the timeline. So when we talk about the Vedic culture, try to understand one thing, right? Just a second, everybody. Now, when we talk about the timeline, so Vedic culture is basically having 1500 to 500 BC, and Mahajanpad age is approximately 600, right, 600 to 300 BC. Mauryas they are from 321 BC to 180, right, 5 BC. And Guptas, we are having this one, right, post-Mauryas, they are from 185 BC to 275 CE. Guptas are from 275 CE to 550 CE. Later Guptas, they are from 500 CE up to 750, right, 750 CE. And then after that we have tripartite 750 to 950. Cholas and Rajputs 950 to 1200. And after that we have Delhi Sultanate. All right, we have Vijayanagar and Bahmani. Vijayanagar and Bahmani. And we have Mughals. Okay, so basically when we talk about a timeline, we have certain pointers, certain dots which are the specific events, specific era on the historical time scale, but do not misunderstand that the ancient history is only from that point, or medieval history is only from that point. History is not going to start from any point. Basically, history is always studied in the form of a span. It is like a historical span. Okay, everybody? So, usually when we talk about the ancient, we study up to here. This is ancient. When we talk about the medieval, we study up to here, right? Medieval. And when we talk about the modern, we study modern later on. Okay, everyone? So, this period where Guptas and later Guptas, they are ruling, Guptas and later Guptas, we can say that their rule was the transition phase from the ancient to the medieval. Later Guptas, particularly like Harshavardhan, like Pallavas, rule that was the era of transition from the ancient to the medieval. Okay, everyone? So, I hope the basic things are absolutely clear to all of you. Now, let us move, right, to the meaning of these terminologies. Paleolithic, Old Stone Age, Mesolithic, the Middle Stone Age. Paleolithic is approximately from 50, right, from the 50,000 years, and earlier than that, everything is counted under the Old Stone Age. Mesolithic, basically the period of approximately 12,000 years or older than that, but not older than that, approximately 40,000. That is the Mesolithic period. However, when we talk about the Chalcolithic, right, and Megalithic, Chalcolithic age is basically when the use of the metals started. Okay, that is Chalcolithic. And what is Megalithic? Megalithic is actually the part of copper and iron age, but still it has the prominent use of the stones as the symbol of bravery, when the stones, large stone pieces called as the nattukals, right, called as the nattukal. So what does it mean? It means that the people might be fighting the battles, they might be having the warfares, but they were not aware about the proper settlements. However, the latest excavations at the Vaigai, this excavation has proven this entire theory completely wrong, right? So that is why the megalithic age of history, it has become a little bit contested part, a little bit disputed part. All right. Namaste Maheshwar ji and Abdullah Aftab ji, Saturday. All right. So I hope that everybody got a basic idea. So let's get started with the first part of the understanding here. And this is the map of the subcontinent where we are going to see the entire development of the history. And not only this, but also you must get an idea that the settlement of the cultures would be mostly around the rivers, So why, there is a question in the mind, that why are the earlier settlers or the early human beings, why did they used to settle only on the river banks or in the foothills? What is the reason behind it? How many of you can answer this question? Anyone? How many of you can answer this question? Prehistory. Okay, prehistory. Old Stone Age. Okay, Middle Stone Age or Mid Stone Age. And New Stone Age. Old Stone Age is further classified into three parts: Lower Paleolithic, okay, and Mid Paleolithic, and Upper Paleolithic. Right? So my simple question, why did they settle in the foothills of the mountains or smaller hills? There are replies also. Because of the agricultural possibilities. Hello Ram Kumar ji, hi. Then agriculture, then water sources, agriculture, and easy to transport through the rivers. Very hi-fi answers are coming. But let me give you a little simple perspective. Guys, whenever you go and search for any house, whenever you go and search for any place to live, what do you try to find? Basic things first. You don't know anything, right? Suppose I am a basic human person, I do not know anything about life. So I will look for the safety, okay, look for the safety and look for the shelter and look for the food, look for the, right, protection, isn't it? So whenever I am going to settle at any place, right everyone, I must look for the safety, which includes my shelter, my safety of body, that is food, my protection from the wild animals, my protection from the weather conditions, isn't it? And where are all these things available? These are available in the caves, nearby the rocks, nearby the boulders, where we can simply hide just underneath the boulder and we can take a shelter, we can take a nap, we can actually avail the small huntings also, right everyone? Good morning everyone. So I hope that most of you would be able to understand that whenever we talk about the early human beings who did not have any resources to help them in survival, they only had one resource, my dear. That resource was stone. Okay, that was stone. So in the age of artificial intelligence, where would we like to live? We would like to live in certain places which are highly enabled with the artificial intelligence. In the age of IT, information technology, we are seeing that people are flocking towards the cyber cities like Gurugram, like Bengaluru, like California in the US, that is state California. Okay. Similarly, when in any period the element of survival that is available in certain areas, we will settle in that area only. Like stone. In the Stone Age, everything was dependent upon the stone. The stone rocks were there, the stone tools were there, and the possibility of hunting, possibility of breaking the, or plucking the fruits, everything. So their food, their shelter, their survival, their protection, everything depended upon the availability of rocks, stones. That's why they lived in the foothills. This is how we must interpret, we must connect the dots to answer the questions even in the mains as well as in the prelims examination. Okay, everybody. So when we talk about the different periods about lower Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic and upper Paleolithic, guys, try to understand it that when we talk about the lower Paleolithic, or mid or upper, we usually categorize on the basis of number one, tools used by early humans, and number two, their habits of survival. So guys, in the lower Paleolithic, what did they use? In the lower Paleolithic, they used, right, so in the lower, they used the undressed and irregular shaped tools, where they lived depended upon, they were depending upon food gathering and hunting. Here also their tools, they got changed. Now they had partially made to work tools, sharpened and thin, and here they again still hunting and food gathering. Then when we talk about upper Paleolithic age, here their tools became sophisticated, okay, and hunting became prominent. Okay, everyone. So now let us understand this thing. Got it, everybody? Shailendra, very good morning. When I am saying that they used to live nearby the foothills of the mountains, they had the access to the tools or the stones particularly, they used to make certain tools out of the stone. So initially they used the large boulders and they did not make it very sharp, they just used it and tried to sharpen, or they tried to make the regular forms just on the one side of the tool, and that is when they used it. in the hunting and primarily for breaking the fruits. However, after certain period, certain time in the mid Paleolithic age, what happened? Mid Paleolithic age, they started making their tools little bit sharp, little bit flaky. So you can take the very simple example. I think most of you must be having the clear understanding that whenever we see, try to understand, how does a potato look like? How does a potato look like? A potato, suppose if you are just giving a sharp cut underneath and the potato becomes like that, something like that. Look, for example, this. Okay, this is a thick, irregular and rounded shape of the tool having a natural flow because this portion was broken down. This portion was broken down. Okay, it was separated. After that, when we talk about the mid Paleolithic age, okay, Shailendra ji, so mid Paleolithic age is basically here we are having the flake. That means the entire stone tool that is hammered, and we get the thin flakes. It is like making the chips out of a potato. That is basically the basic example to understand that earlier potato, when we are just making certain cuts to give the edge to the potato, then we are making the entire flake looking like a chips. So now tell me, using your common sense, if we are using the stone looking like a chip, or when we are using the stone which is irregular in the shape, which is more useful to cut the animal? Of course, the one which looks like a chip, that is more useful to cut the throat, or more useful to cut the skin, or to cut the entire flesh. I hope it's easy to understand. Even that is easier to cut the shoots where the fruits are hanging. So even those stones became the basis of the life in the mid Paleolithic. When we talk about the upper Paleolithic, now the humans are getting intelligent. They started using the sharp burials. For example, French fries, right? So potato to chips to the French fries, that's how it goes. So now their stone tools were looking something like that. Okay, something like that. So now tell me, don't you think that it looks like a dagger? It looks like a dagger, like a knife. It was easier to hold it into the hands and then simply insert it into the bodies of the animal. They might be killed. And this was not very small. These were the larger tools, large tools. So you can also see this place. This is the place called Bhimbetka. You all must have heard about Bhimbetka, that is located in Madhya Pradesh. All right. This is one of the finest examples from where we have got the evidences of the Stone Age. The paintings are there. Even the tools are also found. But this is not the only place, right? So where are the other places from where we have got the examples? So guys, you can just have the look on the paintings, right? You can see the paintings of the herd of animal, the herd of the animals. Okay, everyone? So we can say one thing. We can say one thing, that when the human beings were able to sharp their tools, when they were able to make the better use of the stone in hunting, then they must be able to grab the animals. They must be able to fill their stomach easily, isn't it? But this is not the complete truth. There was also another reason behind it. What was the reason? Let me tell you. Now, this is something very, very interesting to note, that when we talk about the transition from the Old Stone Age to the Mid Stone Age. That is from the Paleo to Meso. What was the reason behind it? There is a very important point to note down, that Paleolithic is basically existing in the Pleistocene. Okay. Pleistocene is basically a geological time period. All right, everyone. And from where we are moving to the Holocene. All right, everyone. So Pleistocene was over and Holocene. What does that mean? If we don't understand the meaning here, it's not that important, because when we say Pleistocene and Holocene, just in simple words, try to understand one thing, that the temperature of the earth, earth system, that started rising due to geological factors. All right, everyone. And what happened? This led to the end of the Ice Age. Around 12,000 or 11,700 years ago. Got it? So when the Ice Age started ending, then what will happen? Now tell me one thing, you will get all the answers of the historical changes in the geographical factors, all the answers. So what is the time period? Approximately 11,700 years ago. So now answer my question. When was the agriculture started? Or when did, you can simply write it down. When was the agriculture started? Agriculture started around 11,000 years ago. When did the domestication of the animals, start? Started around 11,500 years ago. Right, everybody? When did initial group huntings, group activities start? Yes, simple question. When did the initial group activities start? Yes, you are right. Around 11,000 years ago. Okay. So why are these things starting or beginning during the same period? What could be the reason behind it? The reason behind it was the change in the geographical factor, leading to the better availability of the plain lands, better availability of the and better climate suitability to support the agricultural growth, to support the growing of grasses, and to support the survival of the herbivores, the grazing animals. Grazing animals, they were not dangerous, they were not hunters, they did not pose any danger to the human. It was easier to tame those animals, and therefore, my dear, what happened? The entire cycle of the human survival, human living, that started getting metamorphosized, completely went under the metamorphosis, and we simply witnessed the emergence of collective living, cumulative and group livings. And eventually what will happen? Eventually we will witness the Neolithic period. Neolithic period. So this is why, my dear, transition is not very huge. Transition is not very large or very long in the time. Remember one thing, transition is always over a small span, over a brief span of time. This is why the Mesolithic period, it has the least span of the time. Right, everybody? So very soon we will see, look at the evolution of the weapons or the tools. Initially we had the undressed, then we got the flake-like tools. Okay, look at this one. We got the flake-like tools, and then we have the upper Paleolithic tools. Look at this one, sharp, very sharp, looks like a dagger. Sharp, okay, looks like a dagger. This is what I was telling to you. And here we have the Mesolithic period. Mesolithic tools, right? Mesolithic tools are called as the, right? Mesolithic tools, they are called as the microlith. Guys, these microliths you can see here, they are hardly 4 centimeters, right? 4 to 6 centimeters long. Okay, these are the microlithic tools. Then we got to see the Neolithic tools, and the Neolithic tools here, let me just tell you, they have the composite tools. Composite tools, right? So we have to understand that where are the places. So what is this? This is basically the place called as Burj Home. Okay, this is the place called as Burj Home, and this is located in Jammu and Kashmir, and this is basically a pit dwelling house. Okay, pit house. All right, everyone. Pit house is located where? It is located in Burj Home. All right. Now we must understand the important sites, important facts which we should remember these facts for the examination purpose. So where are the sites located to the Chalcolithic age, right? And the sites located to the Neolithic and Paleolithic age. Guys, when we talk about the Paleolithic age, try to understand the Paleolithic sites are located here, right? Bhimbetka, okay everyone, Belan Valley, Sohan Valley, all right, then Shivalik ranges in nearby Dehradun, okay. Then we have the places in Andhra Pradesh, particularly Kurnool, okay, so Kurnool is there. Then we have, right, the places Karimnagar. We have the places in Rajasthan also, right, Bagor. We have in Karnataka, Piklihal. Okay, Piklihal. All right. We have in Madhya Pradesh, Adamgarh. So all these places are related to the Stone Age. Got it, everyone? Some of them, they have the features from all the period of the Stone Age, particularly the Old Stone Age. Then there are certain Mesolithic sites, right? Mesolithic sites include which one? They include the sites like Bhimbetka. Okay. Then the Mesolithic sites are also found in the place of Chhattisgarh, particularly in the Sarguja region. Okay, Sarguja. Mesolithic sites are also present in the places of Karnataka called Piklihal, and also in Madhya Pradesh we have the Adamgarh as one of the important sites of the Mesolithic age. But the most segregated sites or important sites related to the Neolithic age, they are present in Jammu and Kashmir, called as Burzhom, and located in Bihar, called as Chirand, and the Neolithic sites are also located in Meghalaya, Khasi and Garo hills. Okay, these are the Neolithic sites. However, when we talk about the sites in the later period, that means after Neolithic, then we start getting the numerous places. In fact, all over the country, we find the prominent sites related to the Chalcolithic age, but maximum number of the sites related to the Chalcolithic period, that is the copper period or the use of the copper, which started approximately around 7,000 to 6,000 years ago. There we get the places in Maharashtra, particularly in Malwa region, and also we get the certain places in the Telangana, right? But primarily this area is the most crucial area where we get the Chalcolithic period. Okay. However, Chalcolithic sites are also present in the Gangetic Valley. So let me just write down all the famous Chalcolithic sites so that you can make it as a easy source to refer. Okay. Important Chalcolithic sites. Okay. Number one, in the northwestern India. So there we have Mehergarh, we have Amri, we have Jhukar, we have Ravi, we have places called as Kotdiji, right? Important places in the central India, central western India. When we say India, that is the subcontinent, because Meher, that is in Pakistan, Amri is in Pakistan, Jhukar is in Pakistan, Ravi, that is in India and Pakistan both, Kotdiji is in Pakistan. Okay, so primarily the northwestern sites related to the Chalcolithic period, they are located in Pakistan. Okay, but we are understanding it as the part of India only. That was important to understand because historical India included that all region. Okay, in the central western India we have Kayatha culture, Aran culture, Malwa, all of them they are in Madhya Pradesh. Then we have Ganeshwar, we have Ahar, we have Banas, all that is in Rajasthan. Then we have Zorve, Daimabad, and that is in the Maharashtra. There is a place called as the Navda Toli, right? Navda Toli, that is basically in the Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. Guys, the area of that particular culture is spreaded across the Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh both. That is why I have connected both of them. All right. And we can also understand there are certain Chalcolithic sites in the Gangetic plains. In the Gangetic plains. We call them as the OCP or ochre colored, right? Ochre colored pottery culture. So these are basically present in the areas like Koshambi, right? Then Sarai Nahar, right? Then Hastinapur, Alamgirpur, etc. Okay. So all these things we should be able to recall, we should be able to understand it. All right, everyone. So now I hope that everybody got a basic idea. Now let us focus upon the earliest cities. All right, everyone, earliest cities. So earliest cities, that means the Harappan civilization. Got it? Up to here, I hope it is clear to all of you. And guys, those who have not liked the session, guys, must make sure that this session is going to be huge. This is going to be a one-stop solution for all your basic understandings. And after this session will become a successful session if you will be like making sure that there are at least, we are having certain targets, right? Still we are having a new channel, as we all might be aware that StudyIQ IS English is comparatively a new channel. Comparatively, we are trying to reach maximum number of people. So my target for this session is that if you are able to cross the 10,000 views in the 1 week, then in the next week I will be coming along with the numerous factual data based upon the historical underpinnings from the same chapter. Okay, so these all conceptual things, they will be supplemented with the factual data in the next part if you guys are supportive enough. Okay, so that depends upon you. Anyways, now let us understand about the rise or the emergence of the earliest cities, bricks and beads. Guys, class 6 NCERT and class 12 NCERT, both of them, they have this particular information, this particular chapter. So this is a picture from NCERT only, right? Picture from NCERT only. And it is saying that the Indus Valley Civilization is also called as the Harappan culture. Archaeologists use the term culture for a group of objects distinctive in the style, right? All these things are written here. Now let us understand that what is the difference between a culture and a civilization. What is the difference between a civilizational and cultural artifacts? Okay, Jai Hind Saudagar, how are you? So guys, let us understand, but before proceeding, all of you must understand that these are called as the bead. Okay, beads. These were basically used in, right, used in jewelry making. Now these are the weights, these are the measurements of the needles, so many things. Now let us understand about the Harappan civilization. Harappan civilization. So guys, one thing, when we talk about the Harappan civilization, have a look on this particular map. Early Harappan settlements. Early Harappan settlements. I told you one thing, that the Chalcolithic period, that is the period when the use of metals started. Okay, everyone. So in the Chalcolithic period, what happened? Chalcolithic period means the use of metals started. Use of metals, particularly copper. Okay, everyone. And this was approximately 7,000 years ago. All right, everyone. And from 7,000 years ago up to 3,000 years ago, the copper was very important, very important. So usually what happens that this became the factor of change, and why so? Because when we compare it with the Neolithic period, try to understand it. Neolithic period, it led to the use of composite tools of the bones and stones. It led to the emergence of society, emergence of the housing, emergence of the rituals, emergence of the family. Okay, then it led to the spread of agriculture, settled life, and permanent place, right, habitat. So overall, the Neolithic factor of change, that was here, the factor of change, that was the temperature. Okay, this is what we have already understood. But when we talk about the Chalcolithic, guys, here what happened? The use of metallic tools, resulting into the better cultivation, okay, better cultivation and better production, better cultivation and better production, and that led to the settlement of the villages, and occasional, right, and occasional trade and commerce. Okay, trade and commerce. Now guys, let me just tell you one thing. Whenever we have the production from the agricultural activities or from any other activities, and after that we start living in the area of production, then the next natural thing that will take place, that is the transportation of the produce, the transportation of the product, the transportation of the human beings who are using that product, who are producing that product. Okay, everyone? So therefore, let me just tell you one thing. That in the Chalcolithic period, there was the beginning of basic trade and commerce, primarily based upon the barter system, exchange. Okay, everybody? Now, what will happen when we have the metallic tools, like metallic tools made up of the copper, when we have the better cultivation and better production, and when we have the settlement of the villages taking place in the nearby areas of the copper production, then why don't you think that there would be a possibility of what? There might be the possibility of the discovery of, right, zinc and tin and other such minerals, other such metals. So what happened? Ultimately, there was the finding of tin. Okay, and this finding of tin, what will happen? The copper with the tin, that will make what? That will make bronze. All right, everyone. And this will be the rise of Bronze Age cultures. Okay, everybody. So this is why we can say that Harappan civilization is just the outcome or the result of the Chalcolithic growth and development. Therefore, my dear, it's very easy to understand now that when we talk about, when we talk about the Chalcolithic age, right, we must get that Chalcolithic sites were located in the northwestern parts of India. And some of you might be thinking that, sir, you just told that Chalcolithic sites, they were also located in the western part of India here as well, right, in Gujarat, Rajasthan and Maharashtra, etc., etc. So why only that part of northwestern India where the Bronze Age started? Why? The answer is that for making the bronze, we need to have both the things, copper as well as tin. But tin was not present. Tin was not present here. Right? We did not have the tin. No tin was there, guys. And when we don't have any tin, what will happen? The copper will continue to be the most important metal, isn't it? However, the areas nearby Afghanistan, they had the tin. The areas nearby the Iranian hills, they had the tin. So Hindu Kush and Suleiman and Kirthar foothills, they had the availability of the tin. And this is why, my dear, what happened? Slowly, the people living in this area, they had the copper, they got the availability of tin, and somehow they were able to learn the metallurgy, learn the science of metals, and they became able, or they became aware about manufacturing the bronze, okay, the alloy. Now this was a huge change, huge factor of change, and this factor of change, it led to the emergence of so many consequences, so many side effects. All right, everyone. For example, if I am telling you that what were the impacts? What were the impacts of bronze on the development of civilization? Then guys, try to understand one thing, that bronze, it was harder and stronger, right, harder and stronger than copper. Okay, therefore tool making, right, tool making, that was more effective. Okay, digging of the ground, for example, making the axle and rivets of the wheels and the cart, making the utensils, right, for making weapons, agrarian tools. Okay, so guys, overall we can understand that all these things, they became easier to manufacture, they became stronger to exist, they became more effective. Okay, good morning Mahi. So they became more effective. So what was the result? The result was that slowly, what will happen? Slowly there will be the multiple consequences. There will be the multiple consequences. And what are those consequences? Number one, growth in agricultural production. Agricultural production. Okay. Number two, better and farther transportation of the goods and people, and there would be better possibilities of construction. All right. So guys, these things will lead to the emergence of markets, and eventually emergence of civilization. Okay, so this is how the entire process took place. When we got the copper, we got the tin, we made the bronze. The bronze helped in raising the standard of living, in raising the agricultural production, in raising the transportation possibilities. So what happened? When the transportation became easier because of the innovations in the wheel and cart formations, with the help of bronze, it became easier to shape the wheel, it became easier to make the axles, it became easier to use the rivets in the axles so that the wheels don't get out of the spokes and axles. So ultimately, the thing was that all these factors combined together, they resulted into the better resources for the people living upon the copper. All these tools made up of the bronze, they resulted into the better agrarian production. And when there is the production surplus, my dear, try to understand, when there is production surplus, what will happen? The additional production will be sold into the outward markets. When there will be the additional production sold in the markets, certain people from the outward markets, they will start coming to the base of production, to the area of production for getting better prices. Eventually, what will happen? This area of production, the people will get settled here itself. The area of production will also start to increase because the more and more profit will be possible if the production is increasing. And as the area of production will increase, the settlement, that will also expand proportionally. And eventually what will happen? We will have the large areas of settlement, we will have the large areas of trade and commerce, we will have the connected places where one thing was exported to and the second thing was imported from. Okay. So don't you think that all these features, they are the part and parcel of any civilization? And yes, they were the part and parcel of Harappan civilization also. Okay, everyone. So when we talk about the Harappan civilization, we come across the places. Look at these. The mature Harappan places or mature Harappan sites, they are located in the river valleys. Okay, everyone. They are located in the river valleys. For example, you can see this one, or here there are certain places. Here there is a place. Okay. All these places, river valleys, river valleys, river valleys. Okay. All right, everyone. So what is the reason behind it? What is the reason behind it? Why are the river valleys now more important as compared to the foothills of the mountains? What is the reason? The reason is that agriculture became the primary source of their livelihood. Okay, and agriculture, when it is the primary source of the livelihood, it is very, very crucial to live nearby the places which are plain, which are irrigated, and which are having the moisture in the soil. Okay. Also, the transportation with the help of the rivers, that was easier due to the boats, due to the boat formations. Okay. So guys, this is why Harappan civilization sites, they are mostly located at the banks of the rivers. All right. Which are the important sites in this civilization? The important sites include, some of the largest places are, for example, Mohenjo-daro. Okay. Then we have Harappa as one of the largest places. Then we have Rakhigarhi as one of the largest places. Then we have the Ganveri-wala as one of the largest places. We have Dhaulavira as one of the largest places. All right. And we talk about important but not as large. Important place but not as large place. Then we have, for example, we have the Lothal, important but not as large. We have Rangpur, important but not as large. We have Banwali, important but not as large. We have Kalibanga. Kalibanga was, however, one of the largest places. All right, everyone. And apart from that, we have important places like Chandhudaro. We have the important places like Alamgirpur. It's not visible, I think. Yes, but here it is Alamgirpur. Okay. And we have Sutka Gandor, right? Sutka Gandor is there. We have Balakot. Okay. Mehergarh is not visible here, but Mehergarh is there. Right. This. And there are certain places which are the seaports or which are the river ports, the ports where the ships and the boats, they used to participate in the trading, right? So the trading ports in Indus Valley Civilization, the Lothal was one such place where the port was located. Balakot was one such place where the port was located. Then Sutka Gandor was one such place, right? Sutka Gandor was that one such place where it was the port. Similarly, we have certain places in Gujarat, For example, you must have heard about the place called as Surkotada, right? The place called as Surkotada. So Rangpur is also a site and Surkotada is also a site in Gujarat. Nageshwar was a very important port location. Okay, got it? So these are certain areas which are important to locate on the map to understand properly, because these might be the source of your question in the preliminary examinations. Right, everybody? Now let us talk about the features of Harappan civilization. The features of Harappan civilization. Okay. So first of all, the planning and the extent. The planning and the extent. When we talk about the extent of civilization, we already have the idea, right? Nageshwar important for being the seaport. When we have certain basic things, planning. Number one, it was a urban civilization. Number two, it was a chess board or grid pattern of town planning. Number three, two distinct spaces in town. These two distinct spaces were called as the fortified citadel and unfortified lower town. We also have the exceptions, right? Exceptional cases. Okay, everyone. Exceptional cases like in Dholavira. In Dholavira, we have three parts, and we have complete fortification. Complete fortification. Okay, like similarly we have the Lothal, right? We have Lothal, where there is a complete fortification. Okay, we also have the fourth feature, that is the arrangement was in the east, in the west to east direction. Okay, in the west to east direction. Okay, everyone. And not only that, right? Not only that, we also have the exceptional case in the Lothal, where the Lothal was basically north-south arranged. Okay, north-south arrangement. Okay, everyone. So we can say that Lothal and Dholavira, they were quite exceptional towns in their settlement in various aspects. However, if we talk about particularly, there is a place called Kalibanga. Okay, so Kalibanga is also the part of the exceptional case, because the Kalibanga, here we have the use of the mud bricks and no citadel, or sorry, we can say no or damaged citadel. No or the damaged citadel. So there might be a citadel, but that is not surviving anymore. All right, everyone. So we can say that there are certain more features in the town planning, like the west to east direction was the direction of construction. Then we had the presence of public works. We have the use of burnt bricks. We have a proper drainage system. Drainage and street lighting was also there. Street lights. We had the footpath and streets. Okay, and we had the double-story buildings. Right? We also had the unique and large granaries. All right. So there were various features related to the town planning. We can say that Harappan cities were quite well planned cities, and they had probably every amenity which was necessary for any citizen to survive, for any person to live in that city peacefully and with the prosperity. Okay. Now, why is this topic important? Because there was a question asked in the mains examination that the Harappan town planning can be the source of inspiration for the modern urban architecture. How? Discuss. Okay. So this question particularly, it was asked I think in 2018 or something, right? That question was asking to express that how is it inspirational for the modern cities that a city as old as 5,000 years plus had all these features. Okay. Now, moving to the next part, but before that you can see the features, right? The features of the society and the culture. So, society and culture particularly. So, let us now understand about the society and culture. All right. But before that, we will also cover the complete this. One diagram just I wanted to tell you so that you can understand this. This is how it was constructed. Okay. So, this is basically the direction of north, west, east and south. So, this is basically the citadel. All right, everyone. Here the fortification is there, and this is the citadel. And here unfortified part is the lower town. And in citadel, we had a granary, we had a great bath, we had palaces and halls. Okay, we had double-story houses. We had street lamps. All these things. Whereas in the lower town, we had the coolie lane. We also had the inferior cemeteries. Okay. So guys, this clearly tells that there was the class discrimination in the Harappan civilization. But when we talk about the class discrimination, we must learn about the society of the Harappan people. Okay. So, society and culture of Harappa, if we talk about that, then have a look on this one. Just a second, let me select some other color. All right. Society and culture. So, here Harappan society, if we talk about it, guys, society included the religion or society, that means, sorry, not society, but culture. So, society basically, it tells about the composition. Composition was supposedly dominated by, it was supposedly by women due to the presence of a large number of female statues. Right. Then it was largely egalitarian, but class discrimination or class distinction that was present. How? Because lower town was quite vast and alike, but upper town was visibly distinct. Okay, everyone. So I hope that it's absolutely clear to all of you that why am I making a point whenever I'm saying that what is the composition, then I'm giving a reason behind it. I'm saying that this is largely egalitarian, that means largely treating equally with each other, but still the discrimination was present. So why am I saying that? Because I'm giving the reason that even though the lower town had the larger population, it had the larger areas, but whatever area was occupied by the citadel, that was distinctively different from the lower town people, be it their burial, be it their potteries which they used, or their houses which they constructed. Everything was completely different, right, everyone? So that is why I'm saying that the society had the discrimination as the primary part. Now, society was also celebrative in the nature. Celebrative in the nature. What is the meaning of the celebrative in the nature? Guys, celebrative means they used to love the festivals and the fun. And why am I saying that? What is the reason? They basically loved the fun and frolic because we have the large number of the toys, we have the large number of the artifacts, we have the large number of jewelries, okay, jewelries, designer potteries are there, okay, designer potteries are there. We have the liquor making, right, liquor making potteries, okay, liquor making potteries are also there. Not only that, but also we have the evidences of the makeup products. Makeup products are there. For example, the vermilion, okay, vermilion, that is sindoor, that's found. Lipstick is found. That is kohal or kajal, that is found. All these things they have been using, right? So we can say that they were properly enjoying their life, properly enjoying. Okay. So if we talk about, or if we understood about the society, then we can also understand largely about their culture. Okay, everyone. Now, when we talk about their culture, what do we understand? We should understand one thing, that they had the features of, we can say ritualistic and naturalist culture. Their religion was not described by any temples or any monuments. So that means we can say that they had no temples. Okay, everyone? So we can say that in the modern context, could they be called as the secular civilization? Yes, everybody. Could they be called as a secular civilization? The answer, UPSC says yes. UPSC had asked a question in the preliminary examination, and they gave that statement that Harappans were having the large palaces and the temples. They were secular civilization. They were non-religious, right? So the statement was like, the religion though present, but it did not dominate the scene of the society. Absolutely true. Religion was present, but it did not dominate the scene of the society during the Harappan civilization. Yes or no, everybody? I hope you got the point properly. Then, if the religion was there, right, religion was there, but it was not described by any monuments, so no temples were there, but large number of the statues and symbols like the Shivling, okay, like Shivling, or simply the lingams, not Shivling, but the lingams. Guys, lingams are basically obtained from Kalibanga. All right, and the statite seals are basically obtained from all over the civilizations, having the representation of, right, representation of the various animals. Animals are either singular or they are also composite. They are also composite. Guys, this is a very unique feature of the Harappan civilization. When I say composite animals, you will be shocked to see that there are the animals like with the three heads are there. The animals which have the body of the suppose one bull and the neck of the horse, or neck, not horse, sorry, neck of the antelopes like the deer or the stag. So eventually they probably believed in some sort of black magic or something, because we usually don't get any justification for that. That why did they make such things? There are the several events which are depicted on the seals. For example, if you see that even their burials were very unique type of burials. All right. So, for example, if you see this one, the Harappans, they used the potteries. You can see that these potteries which they used, they were buried along with the dead bodies. Right, everybody? Buried along with the dead bodies. And not only that, these potteries were buried in the rich graveyards, okay, and these were basically in the graves of the poor. And how are we able to segregate it? Because these are glazed potteries with designs, These are called as the black on red. Okay, everybody? So these are more important. Then we have a simply red pottery. Okay, they are the plain potteries. We don't have any designs. Okay, everyone, we don't have any designs, and they are made from the simple clay. Okay, everybody. So this is why we can say that. Then look at this one. Numerous potteries are found, but they were buried along with the dead bodies of the poor people because they were simple, not very decorated, not very shiny, right? That is why. Even the graveyards, right? Even the graves also tell us the story of discrimination, because even today also we can easily find out when the when there is the cremation of a person belonging to the rich families, the cremation is it is having a lot of expenses along with. But when there is the death of any poor person, the cremation does not involve much expenditure. The people try to save the money even in the last place, because that will take the unnecessary burden, that will give the unnecessary burden on the poor family. So this is why burials are a very important measurement of the social prosperity in the historical understandings. Then we have this unique example of the black on the red pottery, where let me tell you that this pottery is the replication of Harappan pottery. It is not obtained from Harappa. Okay, it is just a replica of that, copy of that. So Harappan potteries, they somehow looked like that. The symmetry was not very great, but it was fantastic as the, as per their standards. And the image of the humped bull is very, very common as a motif on the potteries, on the seals, on the other paints, right? And then decoration with the help of the geometrical lines are there. Then the floral images, they were used to decorate, right? So guys, we can say that if there is a question related to the Harappan pottery and it has the statements like humped bull was the common motif, leaf and flowers were the common motif, or the vegetative decorations were the common motif, or the geometrical lines and shapes were the common motif, yes, all three statements would be correct. Okay, everyone? Now, when we say about the life, about the culture and society, a life and culture and society that is easily understood, right, by the use of these precious jewelries the Harappans they used, right? So you can see the necklaces, the beaded jewelries, the rings, etc., and the girdles, the buttons. These are the buttons, not simple buttons. These are the cuffings. Okay, these are the cuffings. So basically, these cuffings were basically used, and here you can see the beaded jewelry, right? This same beaded jewelry is here. This is the one. Small beads were also used. So the materials which were used in the construction of these jewelries, they included gold, copper, okay, then bones, statite, and some of the other semi-precious stones, like jasper, right, like cat's eye, like lapis lazuli, okay. So all these things were used. Got it, everybody? So these were the common things. However, the most common thing that was the bones, the stones, and the beads of the metal and bones. So there is a place called as Chanhudaro. There is a place called as Chanhudaro. Okay, everyone? Chanhudaro is that location where the factory of beaded jewelry or factory of beads manufacturing, that is found. Okay, everyone, that is found. So we can say that all these things are very, very important to know. Good afternoon, Sanjeev. And books for the serious examination. You can actually rely upon any general knowledge book that is important. Okay. However, now if we try to understand right, about the, yes. Now, this is what I am talking about. This is also a very important thing to see. This is this is actually the girdle ring, the girdle rings and bangles. Girdle rings, basically when we when we wear the arm rings just on the upper part of the arm, okay everyone, and when we wear the bangles, right, when we wear the bangles, so you can see that there are two different bangles, probably made up of the gold or the copper, but these are the special jewelries which are worn on the forehead by the ruler or by the head of the family. We have the tops to be worn in the earlobes. We have the mang tikas, right, these are the mang tikas basically to be worn here, right. Then we have the closets. The closets are basically the special type of necklaces. Then we have the beaded necklaces, so many types of beaded necklaces. We have the nose pins, right, nose pins, and simply the pins or ear pins, right. Guys, nose pins and ear pins, so many jewelries. So don't you have the sense basically to understand that this is a very common thing to understand, that Harappans were extremely fond of the jewelries. They were mad after it. The men and the women both used to wear these precious and semi-precious jewelries. Alright everyone, different type of the necklaces, different types of the ornaments they used to carry. Got it? Now when we talk about the other aspect of the Harappan civilization, the one aspect which is very special about Harappan culture and people and society, it is the seals which the Harappans used. Alright everyone. Now I hope everybody is able to see this picture and everybody is able to see this symbol also. These symbols, everyone, yes or no? Are these symbols visible to all of you? Yes. These are the symbols which provide us the hint about the Harappan script. Harappan script. And believe me, the Harappan scripts, they are having 400 plus symbols. 400 plus symbols. Okay. Not only that, right, not only that, we are still unable, right, we are unable to decipher it even by the use of artificial intelligence or by the use of the advanced supercomputers. We are still unable to understand. Because why are we using the computers to understand it? Because let me tell you that any type of script, any type of language, that is basically a type of coding. Okay, that is basically a type of coding. All of you must have watched that movie Bahubali, right? I think all of you must have seen, right? All of you must have seen that scene of the war where Rashtra, just tell me something kind of, there was some unique type of dialogue delivery was there by one of the actors and who was playing the villain, right? Kalkeya, right? So Kalkeya had a different set of language. How many of you are aware that the language which was used by Kalkeya in the movie called Bahubali, that language was actually a newly created language by the producers and the makers of the movie. So they had properly inscripted, they had properly encoded the words and the sounds and the meaning of those. So that basically tells us that even the Harappan language, that might be very similar to any type of codings, right? Still we are unable to understand. Still. And have a look on the seals. the seals are probably the most amazing structures, amazing contributions from the Harappans. Have a look on this one. This seal tells us about the swastika, okay, swastika image. Okay, have a look on this one. This is actually a 3D structure, right? And this is the swastika. Then we have this unicorn. The unicorn was the most popular, most revered probably. Then we have the humped bull. Humped bull is the most common, and this is the most sacred. Okay. Then we have this Proto-Shiva, right? Proto-Shiva or Pashupati, right? Pashupati seal. Then we have this unique seal where the unicorn is there. But you will observe one thing, you will always observe one thing, that wherever we have the image of unicorn, what is that? What is this special symbol? What is this special symbol? Wherever we have the unicorn, we have this special symbol. What is the meaning of that? This special symbol, it looks something very unique, right? It looks something very unique. It looks like, suppose if we have this type of symbol, and over it we have a cylindrical structure, right? Cylindrical structure. Okay, so this is a very great query, right? It's very great query in the getting the meaning of this entire symbol. Okay, everyone. Now, if we are talking about the other aspects, how many of you can recognize this particular thing which looks like the sign of a plus? But if you will observe it very carefully, you will also observe that it looks more like the pyre of a sacrifice. Basically, the sacrificial pyre or the yagya kund, it looks something like that. Looks something like that. Okay, everybody. Now, apart from that, we have the presence of the animals like elephant. We have the presence of the animals like tiger. But what is this? Wait a minute. What is this story? Some of you must have heard about the stories related to the Panchatantra. Guys, have you ever heard the fable in the Panchatantra where we come across that story that there was a man, a villager who was not very highly educated. He had some friends who were highly educated, and those friends, they knew the knowledge of, they knew the art of making any person, any dead body alive again. So they had probably made the lion alive once again, and the lion or the tiger, when it was alive, it immediately attacked and hunted down those people, whereas the person who was illiterate, he was waiting on the tree just because he was having the common sense. He had the understanding, basic sense that if these guys are showing off their knowledge on a lion, on a tiger, immediately as soon as it will rise up, it will immediately attack. So this is a similar type of depiction. You can see similar type of depiction where a tiger is standing under a tree, and probably a lady who is having a hair bun, and she is probably sitting on the tree and holding the tree branch with one hand, right? Pay attention to these type of things. So guys, we can say that if there is a question, suppose in the mains examination, NCERT could be the source of that answer. If the question is like that, there was a question already asked that contrary to the civilizations of the Greece, Mesopotamia and Egypt, the civilizational aspects of India in its cultural ethos has largely been continuous since the Harappan civilization, Harappan period. So yes, the stories probably they are as old as Harappan civilization. Similarly, dear, you can see that this person, probably a lady, is fighting against the two tigers. How many of you are aware that in Chhattisgarh, we have a celebration, a tribal celebration in the Bastar area, where the people, they wear the mask of the tigers and they simply mimic the fight of certain folk tales that a person is fighting against two tigers. This is a very common scene, right? So I am not actually giving you any explanation based upon the whataboutery. This is how we can correlate the Harappan evidences, and this is how we can answer the questions like once asked in UPSC, that how are we still seeing the cultural continuation. In 1 year they had asked about the cultural continuity since the Harappan period, and in 2023 they asked the similar questions for the Vedic culture. Right, everybody? So you can see very well the seals from the Gujarat are quite diverse as well. You can see that in Gujarat, I just talked about the composite animals. Look at this. Composite animals having two different heads. One animal, two heads. Similarly, you can see circular and composite. Circular and composite. So there is a circular seal and two distinct animals are there. Okay. Then bison or the wild buffalo is depicted but on a circular seal. Then rectangular seal. In Gujarat we have Desalpur and Lothal. We have the example of the rectangular seals also. Rectangular seals. This is from Dholavira. This is from Dholavira. We have the place called Somnath, where two distinct animals are depicted on a single seal. Got it? So guys, we can say, and one more thing. How many of you are aware about the impact of the climate change on the Harappan culture, on the present scenario? Look at the seals. Seals can be the source of the great information. History is, that's why, very, very interesting. Look at this picture. The seal is obtained from Dholavira. Seal is obtained from Dholavira. But what is it showing, my dear? It is showing a tiger. Showing a tiger. So now tell me, do you find any tiger in Gujarat at the moment? There are no such tigers. Tigers usually prefer the dense forests or the marshlands or such areas with little bit of more rainfall and little bit of cool temperatures, right? So any of these conditions must be fulfilled. Dense forests or marshlands or little bit cool temperature or heavy rainfalls. Gujarat today, it has none of them. None of them. That's why we have the lions, but we don't have the tigers in Gujarat. But Harappan civilization tells us that Dholavira was aware about the tiger, the people in Dholavira. So guys, that's why we can clearly underline that yes, the people in Harappan culture, they must have been largely affected by the changes in the climatic conditions. Got it, everyone? Now moving further, and let us understand about the political and economic conditions of the Harappan civilization. All right, everyone? Political and economic conditions. Okay, everybody. So, political and economic conditions Now guys, have a look here. Have a look at this one. Suppose this is Africa, and this is right. All right. Now, this is basically the place. Now here there was the location of Harappan civilization. Here is the Harappan civilization. All right, everybody. This is the place of Harappan civilization, and when we talk about the Harappan civilization, we must understand one thing properly, that this is the place where the location of Lothal and Sutka Gandor, Balakot, okay, Desalpur, all these locations, all these port cities, they are present where? They are present in the in the coast of Gujarat. All right, everyone. And the Harappans used to establish the trade relations via ocean, right? Via ocean. Okay. They used to trade as long as up to the areas of Egyptian civilization, up to the areas of Mesopotamian civilization. All right, Mesopotamian civilization, and also along with the areas located at the coastal banks. Okay, so guys, we can say that Harappans, they used to practice both the oceanic trades as well as the territorial trades. For example, they used to have the trade relations with the Afghanistan and Central Asia, the trade relation with the Malwa and southern India. So overall, we can say that just a second, okay. Now, we can say one thing, for example, that Harappans, they used to have economy that was largely agrarian economy, okay, and based upon the trade and commerce. They used to export extensively, right? Export extensively, and they also imported some basic materials. Now, what are the exact things? So their exports included what? Their exports included the things like food grains, okay, jewelries, all right, terracotta, and toys, etc. Whereas their imports, it included the tin, the gold, and semi-precious stones. The various places which were in the trade relations with the Harappan people, those places included the Afghanistan, for example, imports, right? Imported silver, gold. Imported gold from Deccan, from southern India. Copper from Khetadi in Rajasthan, tin from Afghanistan, okay, then precious stones from Persia, right, and exported the grains or the food grains from to the Mesopotamia and to Egyptian culture and to contemporary Central India, right, and toys and terracotta primarily to the Western Asian cultures. All right, everybody. So that means all these things were taking place in the form of economy. Agriculture was the most important part, and their economy was also based upon the trade and commerce. However, the primary activities were more significant. Got it, everyone? And I hope that it's absolutely well understood to all of you. But talking about their administration was right, not exactly understood, but appears to be centrally administered, as there are the common weights and measurement standards, okay, everyone. Common town planning was also there. Okay, common town planning was also there. Even the brick sizes were common. All right. Even the pattern of civic construction, that was also common. So that means what? That means all these features, they prove that Harappans, they had a common administration also. All right, everyone. Now moving further, and let us understand about the other features. For example, you can see this one. The Harappan people, they had a lot of artifacts, lot of evidences. This is the cart made of the clay, and this is the Pashupati seal. This is the statite statue of the priest king. One of the images of mother goddess. Guys, if you might have watched that movie called as Tumbad, in that movie, the image of mother goddess of Hastar, something it looks, it looks something same, right? Something similar. Probably the producer or director might have taken the idea from Harappan images. Now this is the image of a dancing girl. Okay. So bronze image of dancing girl in the Tribhang pose or Tribhang mudra. All right, so these things are very much important. This is also another example of the sculpture art in the Harappan civilization, guys. This is actually the terracotta image of a couple, right? Probably a goddess and a god, and this appears to be like a serpent god or something. Then this is the image of a male torso obtained from Harappa. This is made up of the red jasper. Okay, red jasper. It's a very shiny stone. Okay, then if we talk about the Harappan period overall, what can we conclude? That Harappan period actually started to develop somewhere at the end of the Neolithic period, somewhere down the end of the Neolithic period, when people had the knowledge of food production. But after a certain period, approximately 3300 BC to 2600 BC, what happened? The early Harappan phase is there. All right. After that, from 2600 to 1900 BC, we have the mature Harappan phase called as Indus Valley Civilization or Harappan Civilization. And after Harappan Civilization is over, then towards the end we have late Harappan, also called as the cemetery H culture, also called as the Rangpur culture, also called as the Jhukar culture, Amari Kotdiji culture. These are the different names. All these are the parts of OCP or late Harappan phase. Got it, everybody? So overall we have three distinct phases. This is early, right? And this is mature, okay? And this is late. All right, this is later. Got it? So these are the three phases of the Harappan civilization. Now, once we have understood the basic elements of the history in ancient period, we have also understood the basic progress of the historical development in the very beginning of the lecture itself. So it is very easy now to correlate. Now it remains largely, right, you can say the chain of events, the chain of the factors of change, which will consequently impact the changes in the dynasties, the changes in the ruling and influential cultures, right? Hello everyone, those who are joining here, hi, good afternoon once again and welcome to the class. So guys, this class is continuously running since 10 AM, so make it sure that you just share this class with so many people as you can, because that's a really important part. If more and more people will be there to continuously see and understand it, this class will become, it is going to become more fantastic, right? Now, the map is showing the phases of the late Harappan culture. As I told you, certain names you might be able to remember this: cemetery H culture, Rangpur culture, Jhukar culture and OCP culture. Okay, in Jhukar we have Amri, Kotdiji and Jhukar. In cemetery H we have the Harappa, Ropad and Rakhigarhi, and in the OCP culture we have the Gangetic Plain sites, and in the Rangpur culture we have the Gujarat area particularly. All right, now just behind me, are you able to see something here? Hello everyone, are you able to see something? This is the dead body. This is the dead body, the remain, the skeletal remain of a dead body, which is shown. Now let me tell you a very important thing, very important thing. What is the direction? Guys, north and south, north and, okay. Even today in our culture, the dead bodies, they are burned, they are actually cremated. They are cremated like this only. We always keep the head towards the north and the feet towards the south. Same arrangement. Look at the potteries which I had shown to you quite a little bit earlier, right? So here just let me tell you that the potteries are just kept under the grave nearby the head side of the, right, nearby the head side of this. All right everyone, not only this one, even there are certain other types of the graves. For example, let me just tell you, there are, for example, complete burial. All right, there is a urn burial, okay, there is a cremation and ash burial. Partial, okay. So basically three distinct types of the burials are observed in the Harappan culture. In one, we completely bury the dead body like this one. In the second one, we cremate the dead body and then we bury the ashes, like this is called as the cremation and ash burial. Then we have the urn burial, where we just open the dead body, we just keep the dead body in the open space, and those dead bodies are eaten up by the animals. Only the skeletons are left, and then we bury the skeletons in the grave. Now, use your common sense, use your general knowledge and tell me, don't you find the similar type of practices in the Hinduism, where we burned the dead body and use the ashes? Some of the ashes, some people, they use the ashes in the deposition, some other people, they use the ashes in the rivers. Okay. And then we have the similar type of burials in the Parsi or the Zoroastrian communities, where we have the practice of keeping the dead body in the open. Got it? So we can say that the dead bodies, right, dead bodies, basically they are, right, they are buried and they are cremated as per the traditions coming before the arrival of any religion, right? So only religion does not decide the cremation or the burials. It is much more than that. All right. Now, so now just have a basic timeline. These all things are available in the NCERTs, that I think even NCERT has given something by mistake. NCERT is also having certain mistakes. Okay. So 1921, actually, if we talk about 1921 and 1922, this is a D.R. Sahni and this is a R.D. Banerjee. These two people, they had excavated the two earliest sites, right? Two earlier sites of the civilization. Got it? Now, let us understand about the next important part in our history. So guys, some of you are like, some of the person is saying a suggestion that most of the time is taking only for writing, it's better before prepare PPT. No, actually, first of all, let me tell you that my purpose is not just showing you or scrolling the PPTs and just giving you the lecture. I actually want you to learn that how to correlate the things. How to correlate the things, right? So that's why I'm just giving you a, you can say, live instruction. And when we are in the live instruction, it is much more convenient, much more better to have a live demonstration that how are the things being developed. This is how you will get the grasp of the things much better, right? So even if the time is taken is a little bit more, that does not matter, because what is more important, that it should be understood by all of those who are watching it. See, I have given the time up to 6 p.m. It may take up to 7, up to 8, I don't care, right? But the most important part, that once you see this thing, you are able to correlate entire history, because the facts could be learned from anywhere, man. Facts could be learned from anywhere, right? Now let us talk about the Vedic age and Mahajanpad age. Okay, Vedic age and Mahajanpad age. So have a look on this particular image. Okay. So when we talk about this, now just pay attention to this part, and here, if suppose I am telling you that there are certain group of people, right, you might be able to understand. Okay, so this is the Central Asia. This is the Central Asia. Largely, we have the, we have the Caspian and we have the Aral, right? These seas are there. Okay, Central Asia. Central Asia. And this is having the Himalayas. Okay, the Himalayas. Then we have the Hindu Kush, we have the Suleiman, and we have the Kirthar. Now guys, let me just ask you one thing. Let me just ask you one thing, that what is the relevance of India's geographical structure, right? India's geographical structure for our historical development? Is there any better example than the advent of Aryans? No. So now when we talk about the next historical period, this is the Vedic culture. Vedic culture. It is from 1500 BC up to 500 BC. Basically, Vedic culture, why it is called Vedic? Because the information of the people and their lives that is known by the help of the Vedas. All right, known by the help of the Vedas. And when we say the Vedas, what is the meaning of the Vedas? Veda is basically related to the Ved. Okay, Ved. What is the meaning of the Ved? Ved is basically to know something. And therefore, the Ved means the book of knowledge, the source of knowledge. All right, everyone, source of knowledge. So basically, we can say that the Vedic people, they were the people of or the society or culture of knowledge. We can say the Vedic people were, they exhibited the culture of knowledge. All right. Now when I am talking about the people of knowledge or the people of understandings, guys, remember that whatever information we have about the Harappan people, we get it from the archaeological evidences. We don't have any written evidences. Even if we have it, we don't understand it, what is written there. But whatever informations we have about the Vedic people, we have the information based upon the literary sources, based upon the written sources, right? And these written sources, they were written down quite late. This is a very special case to understand. Nowadays, there is a misconception that some people are actually spreading the propaganda that the Vedic culture is relatively very new. We don't have any evidences which are written. Come on. The Vedic culture, that was not based upon the writing. It was based upon the recensions. Recensions means what? The recensions means basically reciting the entire body of the text. For example, something that I am doing right now, I am not having any written thing, right? Both of my hands are just empty. Okay, I have not prepared any prerequisite PPTs for you, but I am telling you with whatever I have inside my mind. Okay, so this is how the Vedas were being transferred from one generation to the other generation. All right, everyone. This is how the Vedas used to get transferred. That's why I am telling you that this civilization was called as the civilization of knowledge. Okay, enormous literature, enormous. So first of all, let us understand about the Vedic timeline and Vedic literature. So Vedic timeline. Guys, early Vedic and later Vedic. Okay, in the early Vedic we have the period of approximately 1500 BC to 1000 BC, and later Vedic we have the period of approximately 1000 BC to 600 or 500 BC. All right. Now we have the different theories which talk about the advent of the Aryans. Okay, advent of the Aryans or advent of Vedic people. Now guys, when we talk about the advent of the Vedic people, try to understand that why are we even saying this, that it is an advent or it is an arrival. It is because from the obtained evidences as per the present scenario, we don't have any evidence to support the presence of the Vedic people in the places where they have described in their Vedas. We don't have any evidences of their presence before 1500 or 1700 BC as such. Got it, everyone? So that is why we should understand about the advent of the Vedic people. So there are two types of theories. Okay, there are two theories. All right. Two theories include the outsider theory. All right, everybody, outsider theory and the native theory. So when we say that Vedic people were outsiders, there are various opinions. For example, Gangadhar Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, he says that the Vedic people were from the North Pole. Dayananda Saraswati, right, Dayananda Saraswati, he says that Vedic people were from Tibet. Max Muller says that Vedic people were from Central Asia. And this is the most acceptable hypothesis. Okay. Then we say the native theory. Now there was one Ganganath Jha. He suggested that the Vedic people are from the Brahmadesh. That's basically the Gangetic Basin, Gangetic Valley. All right. So there are various hypotheses, various postulations supporting and opposing the advent and the location of the Aryans in the India or outside India. These are the endless debates going on. Recently, there is a place in the Pune, right, where we have the study of paleoarchaeology. That means the old archaeology. When we say that, basically recent discovery was there from Rakhi Gadhi. A joint burial was discovered at Rakhi Gadhi, and the DNA samples obtained from that burial, they had a very specific gene missing from the body. That was a R1A1 gene. R1A1, this gene, it is actually present and it is considered as the Stepes gene, the Central Asian gene present in the body of a large percentage of the North Indian people. So it is believed widely that the North Indian population, they have a good amount of impact of the Central Asian genes. However, the Harappan dead bodies, they did not have it, which means that probably the Harappan people were the indigenous people, and the present people living in the northern India, they have the Central Asian connections. Guys, this could be possible that because Central Asian advents, they are very real. From the time period of the Kushanas up to the time period of the Turk invasion, up to the time period of the Afghan invasion or the Mughal invasion. So we have been the North Indian population. But yes, the conclusions are multiple. Of course, the people take out the conclusions as per their convenience. So UPSC is usually interested in the prelims examination only to ask about such trivial informations rather than asking in the mains. Now, talking about the other aspects, right? Talking about the other aspects as well. Just a second, everyone. So I think it's visible now. All right. So here, when we talk about other aspects like early Vedic people and their literature, so their literature was the Rig Veda. Literature was Rig Veda, and their literature was Rig Veda, and their society, that was the egalitarian, okay, pastoral means they were animal herders. Got it, everybody? They were animal herders, and they also had religious and naturalistic or nature worshippers. All right. So all these things were the features related to the Vedic people. Got it, everyone? There are certain terms, right, which we should understand. So in the later Vedic people, right, they spread it out, right, from the Saptasandhav, towards the Ganga plains or Gangetic plains. All right, everyone, towards the Gangetic plains. So Saptasandhav is where? Saptasandhav is basically the modern northwestern India, including Punjab, in India and Pakistan. Okay, and where is Gangetic plains? Modern UP, right, and Bihar, etc. Okay, so this is how they expanded to the new areas. All right, everyone, and they composed a great detail of literature, great and detailed literature, including the other Vedas and all that, right? We will see which literature. Then after that, their society, it started to develop. It developed as agrarian society, right? Developed as agrarian society. It became right. Society became the discrimination, right? Discrimination was there. Discriminatory and Varna system, right? Varna system became rigid, right? Became rigid, and society was also ritualistic and complex. So all these things are related to the Vedic culture. However, the important thing is to learn, to understand that if this was the feature, if that was the feature, then why was this the feature? Why was that the feature? If I am saying that society became rigid, society became complicated, society became, you can say, non-egalitarian, discriminatory and all that, your question should be that, sir, why? What happened? Right? What happened? What such things happened that led to this type of case? So here let me tell you one thing. That if the important factor of change, right, from the early Vedic to the later Vedic, the important factor of change that was, what is the factor of change? That is iron. All right, everyone. That is the most important thing to understand. If you are able to understand iron as the important factor of change, then you will be able to immediately correlate the later Vedic and Mahajanpad together simultaneously. Even the emergence of the Magad and the rule of Mauryans, that will also be getting clubbed together. Got it, everyone? So that is why it is very, very important. We are not just here to make you cram the facts and all these things, because guys, I am telling you repeatedly, the factual data that is readily available everywhere. But if you are attending my class, there must be the benefit where you exactly understand how to grasp the essence of the history. Okay, even if suppose we are unable to finish the entire modern history today in the stipulated time period, don't worry, we will be able to be back in the next week also, right? But I am telling you, if the response is good, only then. Now, so here, early Vedic period. So let me tell you that iron became a factor of change. Why so? Because in the early Vedic society, we had the pastoralism, we had the egalitarian approach, even the Varna system. What is the Varna system? Varna system is basically the Arya means the gentleman and Anarya means the natives. So Arya and Anarya, these two were the basic categories. Later on, what happened? This led to the development of the Varnas. Varna means type. Okay, so basically there were the Varna systems, they developed on the basis of the obligations. So Brahma, or Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. They had certain obligations, obligations and duties, like Brahmins to impart, or who, the one who imparted the knowledge, the one who imparted the knowledge, who imparted knowledge, okay, the one who protected the people, the one who provided materials, and the one who served others. Okay, everyone. So this is how the society that was categorized very, you can say, egalitarianism, very egalitarianly, and very much, it was like immaculate. It was like the immaculate division which discarded any type of discrimination. Suppose I am teaching you, I am a Brahman as per the old Vedic tradition. However, later on, when the iron will be there, my dear, iron will be acting as the source of change. Iron as a factor of change. So what will happen? The iron will be basically leading to agrarian production growth, due to which what will happen? Due to which the land will become, land will become a precious, land will become precious. Okay, and this will lead to the fights over land grabbing. Okay, land grabbing, and due to which the use of iron weapons, okay, and due to which the huge number of deaths, due to which what will happen? Due to which preference to male child, resulting into the gender discrimination with the woman, discrimination with woman. All right, the use of the iron weapons, that means the iron became the source of the strength, which means the emergence of Magad and Avanti kingdoms. All right, we will understand every single thing from this point, so don't worry. We will first of all, I am just going to mention it and then we will explain it also. Now, so fights over the land grabbing, that means territorial expansion, right? Territorial expansion, which means the emergence of the Mahajanapads. All right, Mahajanapadas. Not only that, when the land will become precious, so what will happen? This will become the source of income, right? That means beginning of taxation is there, right? Beginning of taxation is there. All right, everyone. And when there is beginning of taxation, that means we have the position of king, king becomes or became strong, and therefore he will be able to have army, permanent army. All right, so I hope that it is quite easily understood by everyone that the single factor of the advent of iron, the beginning of the use of iron approximately around 1000 to 800 BC, this single-handedly changed the entire scenario, where the people, they became agriculturist, the cultivation became their primary profession, and the production was quite good, resulting into the production surplus, resulting into the deposition of the extra production at the hands of king and his supporters. That means the wealth was deposited at near the king, and when the king had the wealth, king was able to give the additional, the share of that additional income to the people who were ready to fight for him. So the king got a permanent army. When the king got a permanent army, so what will happen? He will fight more and more battles. Okay, so more battles. Okay, and more battles means what? Guys, remember one thing. When there will be more and more battles, what will be the case? What will be the case here? The case will be that more and more battles will lead to the social unrest. It will lead to the social unrest and violence, right? And violence. Got it, everybody? So here battles are happening, use of the iron weapons that is taking place. So that means the iron became the source of the strength for the emergence of the several dynasties, particularly for example Magad, and eventually it will lead to the rise of the Maurya Empire, right? Maurya Empire. All right, everybody, that will be the rise of Mauryan Empire. So this is how we can say, that just by one simple beginning, one simple change of the iron, we got the position of the woman, right? Position of the woman decline. So you can say that several factors, for example, the child marriage, and you can say polygamy, etc., that became quite common. So I hope that it is quite easy to understand that how were all these conditions changed just by the advent of iron. And now let us get some basic facts about the Vedic literature. So guys, Vedic literature basically consists of the Vedas, which have the Samhitas, which have Brahmanas, which have Aranyakas, which have Upanishads. Okay. Then they also have Upavedas, and also have the Vedangas. Right? So when we talk about the Vedic literature, we have two types of literature. The one is called as Shruti literature, and the other one is called as the Smriti literature. Okay. So guys, in the Shruti literature, we have the Vedas and Upanishads, etc. And in the Smriti literature, we have the Agamas, we have the Puranas, we have the Itihasa, right? Itihasa, etc. All right. So these are basically the different parts of the Vedic literature. Got it, everyone? Good afternoon, Rohit. Very good afternoon to all of you. So guys, when we talk about Samhitas, there are how many Samhitas? 4 Samhitas: Rig, Sam, Yajur, and Atharv. When we talk about the Brahmanas, there are various Brahmanas. For example, Aitareya and Kaushitaki. Then we have Jaimini and Panchavish. We have Shatapath. And Atharva, we have the Gopath. Right. Even Jaimini, Panchavish and Tatri, there are so many other Brahmanas, right? There are various others like Shadvish, like Tatri, right, etc., etc. Then we have the Aranyakas. The best example, Brihadaranyak. Right? We have the Brihadaranyak is the best example. Now, we have the Upanishads, right? For example, we have Keno Upanishad, right? We have Kathopanishad. We have Ishavashopanishad, right? Ishavashopanishad. We have Mundakopanishad. We have Chandogya Upanishad, right? Chandogya Upanishad. All right. So we have so many Upanishads also. There are a total of 108 Upanishads, right? Total. All right. Then we have the Upavedas. Now, Upavedas are specifically linked to the Vedas. For example, the Rig Veda, it has Ayurveda. Yajurveda, it has Dhanurveda. If we talk about the Samaved, right, Samaved, it has Gandharva Ved as Upaveda. If we talk about Atharva, so these are basically, this is having two. One is Artha Ved and one is Shilpa Ved. All right. Then we have the Vedangas. Vedangas are total 6 in number. Siksha, Chand, Kalpa, Nirukta, Vyakaran and Jyotish. All right. These are certain features related to the Shruti literature part of the Vedic culture, particularly compiled during the Rig Vedic and the later Vedic period. Only the Rig Veda or the Rig Samhita that was compiled during the Rig Vedic culture. Otherwise, everything else is the compilation which took place during the later Vedic period. All right, everyone. Now moving further. And I hope that all of you got a basic idea. There are certain terminologies also which are very important, but those terminologies are highly factual in the nature, so it's very difficult to cover each and every of them in this session. For example, the cows, when we talk about the economy of the Vedic people or the polity of the Vedic people, we must understand that economy and polity. So we must understand the economy was largely cow-centric, right? Cow-centric, and the cows were basically the units of wealth, right? Unit of wealth. Not only that, someone who was rich, he was called as Gomat. Gomat. All right. Someone who was the ruler or the leader, he was called as a Gop. Right. Even the Purohit was called as Rashtra Gop. Okay. So we can say that their economy was largely based upon the pastoral and some agrarian activities. Namaste Kajal ji. Now, when we talk about the other aspects, guys, remember that they were largely having the cultivation of the barley and the wheat during the early period, right, early Vedic. But in the later Vedic, barley that was replaced by the wheat and the rice, pulses, oil seeds, etc., etc. That is during the later Vedic. All right, everyone. Similarly, when we talk about the other features such as trade and commerce, trade and commerce, and urbanization. These features emerged during the later Vedic period. All right, everybody. So guys, remember one thing, that the later Vedic period is basically the Iron Age about which we are talking here, right? So advent of the iron, I hope everybody remembers that. The iron that was invented around 1000, right? 1000 to 800 BC approximately. All right. So that overall resulted into the later Vedic culture. That is from 1000 to 500 BC. All right, everybody. Now, if we talk about other aspects, their polity and culture. So their polity and culture, it was, yes, please Kajal, ask it. Their polity and culture, that was largely having the features. For example, if we talk about the polity, it is basically related to what? The composition of the, right, the tribals. So the tribal, they had the tribal polity, right, because they did not have any monarchical, right, conditions. Okay, tribal polity, no monarchy. Got it, everyone? When we talk about, this is in the early. They had the tribals called as Jan. Okay, and the area was called Janpad. However, the smaller area was called as the Vish. Even smaller, right, or the smallest area was called as a Gram. And unit of society, that was called as Kul. That was the unit of society. Kul means family. Now this was headed by, right, this was headed by Rajan. Right, this was headed by Rajan. Vish was headed by Vishpati. Gram was headed by Gramani. Kul was headed by Kulapa or Kulap. Right, everyone? Later on, however, what happened? In the later period, right, later Vedic era, the large Mahajanpadas, they came to existence, and the true monarchy emerged. All right, everyone. Not only that, if we talk about the Vedic religion also, right? फर्स्ट टाइम आपकी क्लासेस देखी हैं, कोई स्पेसिफिक क्लास के लेक्चर करवा रहे हैं आप. सो बेसिकली दिस इज द कंप्लीट हिस्ट्री, राइट. आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश द कंप्लीट हिस्ट्री ऑफ बेसिकली बेस्ड अपॉन एनसीईआरटीज in the single stretch. Complete 8 to 9 hours of program will be there. It's going on since 10 a.m. in the morning, and we are about to reach to the end of the ancient, right? So don't worry. So here, now let us talk about the religion, Vedic religion. So when we say religion, in the early Vedic and in the later Vedic, religion was quite different. Here, it was based upon the worship of gods of nature. Right? Example, Indra, Varun, Agni, Som, Aditya, etc. Right? Here it was based upon the worship of the gods of creation, that is Prajapati, gods of nurture, Vishnu, and destruction, Rudra. Right, Rudra. So all these things, they actually took place, or they actually emerged during the later Vedic period. They were not present in the early part. Right, everyone? However, what is the reason behind it? So when we talk about the early Vedic part, so primarily the hymns and the sacrifices, they were the basic method of the worship. Sacrifices were quite easy, right? Sacrifices, they were easier, right? Easier, and offerings, right? Offerings were voluntary, right? They were voluntary. Offerings were called as the bali, right? Called as bali. Got it, everyone? And the bhag, that was the share of Rajan. Share of Rajan. Okay. However, now what happened? The hymns and simple sacrifices, they were replaced by the complex rituals, right, everyone? Complex rituals and animal sacrifices. Remember the point, animal sacrifices. They became very common, okay? That is why, right? That is why what happened? The animal sacrifices, these resulted into, right? These resulted into the loss of agriculturist people, right? Agriculturist people. Okay, everyone? So they were not, right? They were not happy with Vedic religion. All right, everybody? So we can say that the complications, the complexes which existed in the Vedic period, the discrimination which was there in the Vedic period, the losses which were inflicted upon the merchants and the agriculturist people, all these things resulted into what? Resulted into the declining popularity of the Vedic culture and the emergence of, yes everyone, emergence of what? Emergence of the new religions called as the heterodox religions. The new religions called as the heterodox religions. Okay, everybody? So the emergence of heterodox religions. All right, emergence of heterodox religions. However, the NCERTs, they do not talk much about the emergence of the heterodox religion as such. Rather, they focus upon the very brief basics related to the simultaneous coexistence of the Mahajanpad age, in which we have the Mahajanpad age for the religion, we have the Mahajanpad age for the society, and Mahajanpad age for the polity. This is the complete ancient history. So we will exactly do like this only. We will exactly do like this only. So approximately up to 230, right, up to 230, we will be starting the medieval period. Around 230, we will begin the medieval period. All right? Yes, Bobby, I told you that. Got it? Now, we will be understanding the Mahajanpad age and the emergence of Jainism, Buddhism as well as the formation of the empires like Mauryas. Got it, everybody? Have a look, have a focus. So as I told you that initially when the Aryans arrived, they lived in this particular area. Lived in this particular area, right? 7 rivers were there. We all are aware about the names of 7 rivers. I have not told in the class, but let me tell you. 7 rivers included Sindhu, Saraswati. Then there were Shatudri, Vipasha, and Ashkini, right? And there were so many other rivers. So let me just name it down. Okay. So old and new, right? Sindhu, Saraswati, then Vitasta, Ashkini, Vipasha, Shatudri, right? And this is still called as a Sindhu only. This is still called as the Saraswati or a Ghaggar Hakra channel. Then we have a Vitasta or Jhelum. We have Askini or Chenab. We have Vipasha or Byas. And we have Satudri or Satluj. We have Parushni or Ravi. So this is also a factual thing. You can remember these things, right? Now, as I told you, due to the certain changes, the people started hating the Vedic culture, the Vedic religion. The people did not like it as such. Similarly, what was happening there, guys? Due to the invention of the iron, the advent of iron resulted into the decline of Vedic popularity, and it also resulted into the emergence of urban and large territorial empires. Right, everybody? So this will lead to the rise of Jainism and Buddhism, and this will lead to the rise of Mahajanpads and Magad Empire. Now, there were a total of 16 Mahajanpadas. Let me tell you guys, there were a total of 16 Mahajanpadas which are mentioned in the Anguttar Nikaya of a Buddhist literature. That is a Buddhist literature. Anguttar Nikaya talks about it. Apart from that, right? Apart from that, which are the other sources? So there are total 16 Mahajanpadas. And we have the mentions in the Anguttar Nikaya. Okay, Anguttar Nikaya. We have the mention in the Bhagavati Sutra. We have the mention in the Mahabharata. Right? All these. So these are the certain sources. Got it? Certain sources. Bobby is asking that sir, आज ही start करेंगे या फिर next day से? The lecture will be continued today till the evening, right? So we will have this lecture continued up to probably 6 or 7 p.m. So don't worry, right? We have ample time, and we will cover everything today only, right? Today only. So don't worry about it. Now, when we talk about it, right? When we talk about it, so Sindhu, talk about it, Mahajanpadas, they have the distinct sources, right? And these sources, let me tell you, they mention about each one of them. Remember the name. How to remember these names? Very, very easy. Start in the direction of the Ganga and its flow. Ganga and its flow. Okay. Start from here. So number one, Ang. Number one, Ang. Okay. Number two is Magad. All right. Number three, that is Vajji. Number four, Malla. Number five, Kashi. Number six, Vats. Number seven, Koshal. Number eight, Chedi. Number nine, Avanti. Number 10, Asmak. Number 11, Panchal. Number 12, Kuru. Number 13, Matsya. Number 14, Sursen. Number 15, Gandhar. Number 16, Kamboj. Okay. So total, how many? 16 Mahajanpadas are located, demarcated on the India's maps. All right, everyone. And now when we talk about these 16 Mahajanpadas, remember a very simple fact, right? That these Mahajanpadas, they had the coexistential struggle. All right, coexistential struggle. And ultimately, out of 16, only the four Mahajanpadas, which had the iron and agrarian advantages, all right, everyone, they included number one, Magad, number two, Koshal, number 3, Avanti, and number 4, that is Vats. Sometimes it is also said that, right, the number 4, they are sometimes also said that it is Vajji, right? So we will mention it Vajji. All right. So Magad, Koshal, Avanti and Vajji, these were the 4 remaining Mahajanpadas which were powerful and which were still struggling against each other, and later on one of them will emerge as the most powerful, that will be Magad. That will be Magad. So this Magad will be having the different dynasties. For example, it will have the Haryanka dynasty. All right, everyone. It will have the Shishunag dynasty. It will have the Nanda dynasty. And it will have the Maurya dynasty. Got it, everybody? Maurya dynasty. So the question arises that what are the reasons of the emergence of Magad? Why did Magad emerge as the most powerful? Got it, everybody? Why did Magad emerge as the most powerful kingdom? So the reasons are basically, number 1, the powerful and ambitious rulers. All right. Number 2, the use of iron and forest resources. Number 3, the location of capital cities, like for example, Rajgir, that was a hill fortress, right, hill fortress, whereas Pataliputra, that was a water fortress, water fortress. And what do I mean? Remember that Rajgir was basically surrounded by 5 hills, right, surrounded by 5 hills, that's why it was very safe. And Pataliputra, located at the confluence of Ganga and Son, and even at Budhi Gandak also. So it was also very safe. Okay, it was also very safe. Not only that, Magad also emerged as the most powerful because of the other regions as well. For example, efficient and unorthodox warriors, all right, who were the great archers. So Magad people were the great archers. Then Magad also had the help of the presence of the elephants, right? Magad had the presence of the elephants. Not only that, Magad also had the advantages of excessively great agrarian surplus. All right, everybody. So all these features together led to the emergence of the Magad as a very powerful Mahajanpad, which established itself as the leading power and emerged as an empire under the Maurya dynasty. Got it, everybody? Now let us understand about the another part, that is the emergence of Jainism and Buddhism. Got it, everyone? So Jainism and Buddhism, it's very, very crucial to understand it. UPSC's favorite part, Jainism and Buddhism. Now, so here let us see Jainism and Buddhism. NCERT talks about it in a very brief manner, but we will understand it little bit from the exam point of view. That's why we will see it very relaxed. Now, so Jainism is basically, and Buddhism, both of them, let me tell you, both of them are the result of the hatred, or I would say the anger against the pre-existing Vedic culture. All right. So here, first of all, I would tell you about the similarities. So guys, let us understand the differences first and then we will see the similarities. So differences in the Jainism and Buddhism. Number one, Jainism, propagated by Mahavir Swami. Okay, Mahavir Swami. And who was the propagator of the Buddhism, everyone? Gautam Buddha. Right? What was the basic teaching of Mahavir Swami about the Jainism? It was about the restraint, right? Restraints. Which type of restraints? Restraints and extremities of penance. So basically, Jainism told us about controlling ourselves and about practicing the very difficult meditation, very difficult penance. Okay, so living a tough life, that is the basic idea of the Jainism. Whereas the Buddhism had a basic idea where it provided for the balanced middle path. Middle path philosophy. What is the meaning of the middle path philosophy? Middle path philosophy means that here you will be having opportunity, neither for extreme austerity nor for the extreme luxury. So neither extreme austerity and nor extreme leisure. Right. All right. Then in the Jainism we have the Panch Anuvratas, right? Panch Anuvratas. In the Buddhism we have Panchashil. Panchashil. In the Jainism, these Anuvratas, they have the inclusion of Satya, Ahimsa, Asteya, Aparigraha and Brahmacharya. However, the Panchashil does not include any Brahmacharya. So it has no Brahmacharya for the followers. All right, everyone. Not only that, Jainism, it talks about the philosophy of Anekantavad, right? Anekantavad, philosophy of Syadvad, philosophy of Nayavad, right? Philosophy of eternalism, right? Eternalism, right? Whereas the Buddhism, it does not talk about any such thing. It talks about the philosophy of Four Noble Truths, right? Four Noble Truths, where we have Dukh, we have Karan, and we have the Nirodh, and we have Ashtangik Marg or Eightfold Path. Or Eightfold Path. All right. And later on, these philosophies will lead to the emergence of new philosophies. For example, later on, when the Jainism will be divided into split, and it would be splitted into Shwetambar and Digambar, right? Shwetambar and Digambar. Remember the fact that Shwetambar was basically propagated by, right, Sthulabhadra, right, Sthulabhadra, and Digambar was propagated by Bhadrabahu. Whereas this will be having the Hinayan and Mahayan, right? Hinayan and Mahayan, right? In the Jainism, we do not have the evidences of more than 2 great councils, whereas in Buddhism, we have the evidences of the 4 great councils. Particularly, if you remember, it's easy to remember. The Buddhism basically has the great councils held at Rajgir, then second one at Vaishali, the third one at Patliputra, and fourth one at Kashmir, Kundalvan. Okay. So these councils resulted into the great contributions to the expansion of Buddhism, particularly the compilation of the Buddhist literature in the first one, which included the Sutta Pitak and Vinay Pitak. Third Pitak, called as Abhidhamma Pitak, was compiled during the third council under Ashoka's rule, and the last, that was held under the rule of Kanishk, in that particular council, what happened? In that particular council, the bifurcation of the Buddhism into the Hinayan and Mahayan, that took place. That is about the Buddhism. Later on, Hinayan and Mahayan, they also would be splitting further, but NCERT does not cover that. So we should be only knowing the names like Yogachar, Vijnanavad, Shunyavad. All these were the philosophies emerging later on from the Buddhism. Got it? So, when we talk about the similarities, right, what are the similarities? Similarities are basically that both of them were the Kshatriyas. Both of them were the heterodox, that means Nastikas, right? That means non-believers of Veda, right? Both of them, they were against the social discrimination. All right? Both of them were against the social discrimination. However, let me tell you that Jainism associated it with karma. So according to Jainism, your present griefs, your present sorrowings are the result of your past karma. Whereas Buddhism, right, Buddha totally opposed it. Okay, then both did not regard the God as supreme creator. All right. So here also Buddhism, he was agnostic. Buddha was agnostic about God. All right, everyone, agnostic about God. And Mahavir acknowledged the God, but not as supreme. Then, right, if we talk about, so both believed in the reincarnation or rebirth. However, in Jainism, Jains believed on Atma, right? Believed on Atma or soul. Buddhism did not believe on Atma or soul. So Buddhism did not believe on Atma or soul. Right, everybody? Both of them, they had the associations or the Sangh. However, the Jainism, it did not have a great association or great Sangh as such. Got it, everybody? So this is about the Jainism and Buddhism. Now moving further to the Mauryan Empire. All right, Mauryan Empire. So guys, when we talk about the Mauryan Empire, try to understand one thing. Mauryan Empire actually includes the period of 3 great rulers, in fact 2 only, right? Because third one is not great as such. But Chandragupta Maurya, it includes the efforts from Bindusar and efforts from Ashoka the Great. All right, Ashoka the Great. So here if we talk about Chandragupta Maurya and Bindusar and Ashoka the Great, what is the most common thing that they had? They had one thing in common, that all of them were the great emperors. But particularly Chandragupta Maurya, right? If we talk about the political history, right? Now we should understand the political history. So Chandragupta Maurya, he probably belonged to, probably, not sure, but probably belonged to the community of Mura or Maurya, right? So this is basically, this is basically speculation, because no proper historical evidences are there that Chandragupta Maurya belonged to which community, which clan or which locality. But one thing is absolutely clear, that he did not belong to any royal house. That is sure. That is sure. All right. So therefore, what happened? He became ruler with the support of Chanakya. All right. And what was the year approximately? 322, 321 BC. Got it, everyone? Not only that, when he became the ruler, he also had a great opportunity to expand his kingdom, and he did that very well. Why? Because he fought a great war, in approximately 305 BC against Seleucus Nicator, right? So against Seleucus Nicator, he fought a great war and he got the areas, right? Chandragupta Maurya, he won and got the areas of Balochistan, areas of modern Afghanistan, and some parts of Iran. So overall, what happened? If we take the names of that particular period, so Jedrosia, Aracasia, and certain parts of the Persia. So the Greek sources like Strabo and Justin, these mention about this particular war. So sources, number 1, Indica, compiled by Megasthenes, and 2 more writers. So the historians like Strabo and Justin, they talk about this Seleucid war of the Chandragupta Maurya. So this is his achievement. Talking about the achievement of Bindusara, right? So Bindusara, what was his achievement? Guys, we all must ignore the fact that Chandragupta Maurya also married with the daughter of Seleucus, because that's not very sure that the daughter was married to Chandragupta Maurya or was she married to Bindusara. One more thing is important, that Chandragupta Maurya had gifted 500 elephants to the army of Seleucus, with the help of which Seleucus had captured the areas in Central Asia. Bindusara, he was contributed for wins, right, for the win in victory in South India, right, in South India. So southern India was won by Bindusara. Then coming to the Ashoka, okay, Ashoka, he is regarded as the greatest, right, and he contributed contributed in the popular welfare, contributed in the art and architecture, and contributed in the establishment of peaceful empire. So that's why he is regarded as the greatest. So that is his achievement. In the war field, he won over the Kaling. All right, won over the Kaling. Now, after that, what is the next important thing to understand? Next important thing to understand is the Dhamma of Ashoka. Dhamma of Ashoka. All right, everyone. Dhamma of Ashoka. What is that Dhamma of Ashoka, everybody? Here, the Ashokan inscriptions, right? Ashokan inscriptions, they tell us about what? They tell us about the victory of Ashoka over Kaling in 261 BC, and after which Ashoka completely changed his approach towards, towards the humanity in general and became a benevolent ruler, right? For example, he inscribed the inscriptions, right? Let me just show you the map of the inscriptions as such. Just a second. Okay. So here are certain Ashokan edicts, right? Ashoka, right? Okay. So it will be very easy to understand if we are able to see the images of Ashoka's edicts. All right. Now, so here you can see this one, right? You can see this one. These are the places, right? These are the places exactly where the Ashoka's edicts are found, and particularly here. I think it's okay. Here, right? So you can see this one. This place is that this map is clearly showing that the places like Jorab, here, just a second. Okay. The places like Mansehra, right, or Kandahar, or Shahbazgarhi, right? These Dhauli, Jaugada, all these have the places related to the Ashoka's edicts. However, I think this map is not very helpful because it's not visible to all of you very clearly. So just let me draw it for you. Right, I'll just draw it for you, don't worry. Okay. So here, suppose if we are using this particular, right, if we are using this particular map here, all right. And so most of the Ashoka's edicts, they are actually located, right, located in the northwestern parts of the country and also in the southern parts of the country as well. So here we have Mansehra, right, Shahbazgarhi, right, Shahbazgarhi, Mansehra. We have Kandahar, right, we have the Kandahar, it is in Afghanistan, sorry, Kandahar. Then we also have the locations of the Ashokan pillar at Saurashtra in Junagadh. We have at Sopara near Bombay, okay, Saurashtra or Junagadh. Junagadh is also known as Girnar. We have Sopara. We have Yerragudi. Right, we have Banihatti. Right. We also have Dhauli and Jaugada. Dhauli and Jaugada. We also have one at Kalsi. Okay, Kalsi. We also have similar type of inscriptions in the form of the pillars. Okay, so these are the major rock edicts, right? When we have the pillar edicts, we have the pillar edicts at the places called as Rummendei, right? We have the pillars at the places called as Sanchi. We have Farrukhabad, okay, and we have Delhi Topara, and there. Then we have at Kaushambi, Sarnath, then Vaishali, then right, Nandangarh, etc. Then we also have the pillars located in the right Mansehra. So overall, the Ashokan pillars, these are the names. Let me just write the names. Rummendei. This is Maurya, Araraj and Ariraj and Nandangarh. This is Vaishali. This is Sarnath. This is Kaushambi. This is Sanchi. This is Sankisa. This is Delhi Meerut. This is Delhi Topara. Then we also have the minor rock edicts at some places. Minor rock edicts are basically located at the Bhabru Bairat. Okay, Bhabru Bairat. And here they are located at the Yerragudi. They are located at the Kanganhalli, right? And so many other places are also there, right? So overall, we can say that Ashoka's pillars and Ashoka's rocks, they are present. Where? They are present at certain places which indicate the limits of his kingdom or his authority. Got it? Overall, if we observe it carefully, then we can say that his pillars and his inscriptions were largely inspired by the contemporary or predecessing Persian pillars. However, the Ashokan pillars, they are entirely different as compared to the Persian artifacts, because the Ashokan pillars are monolithic pillars, right? They are monolithic pillars having the animal at the top, right? So this is why they are having little bit different identity as such. Consequences or the significance of these pillars, very, very important to understand. Basically, these pillars are the evidences that Ashoka ruled over these areas with authority and provided instructions to the people, number one. Number two, these pillars provide the hint of his ideology, which promoted the welfare and the general administration was implemented. Number three, it tells us about the various events in his kingdom, like Ashoka's visit to the place of birth of Tathagat Buddha, okay, Lumbini, or Ashoka's queen and his son. So his queen Karuvaki and his son Tivar, they are named on the Kaushambi pillar, right? Similarly, the 14 major instructions, they are inscribed upon the rocks, which tell us about the various beliefs and thought processes of Ashoka. For example, it also tells us about the neighboring kingdoms. That is, in the third major rock edict, we have the name of neighboring kingdoms, as well as in the 13th, we also have the same, right? Kaling War is also described in 13th Major Rock Edict. Similarly, the 12th Major Rock Edict, it has the information related to the Dhamm. Similarly, the 9th Major Rock Edict, it has got the declaration of the Dhamma Ghosh. Overall, we can say that whatever informations we have about Ashoka's rule, we are largely dependent upon the pillars as well as the rock edicts. Got it? Similarly, guys, there was another dynasty. If we try to understand about them, what happened when we talk about the administration, right? Talk about the administration of the Mauryas. Remember one thing, right? Remember one thing, that in this particular part, their empire was centralized. Do you remember the very beginning of the lecture? I had told you in the very beginning that empire used to be very centralized, right? And it was divided into Prachya, Uttarapath, Dakshinapath, and Kaling. Capital was at Toshali, Suvarnagiri, and Takshila and Pataliputra. Right. Then, if we talk about other aspects, right, remember that point. Other aspects are very, very important. Why so? Because the basis of the Mauryan administration, that was based upon the Saptang, right, the Saptang theory. All right, everyone, Saptang theory. And here, Saptang theory included what? It included the king as the center and ministers, treasury, force, forts, friends, and public as the 7 distinct organs of any particular state. Got it? So that is why it's very, very important to understand. There used to be the ministers, right, ministers who were called as Amatya. They held the ministries, right, their ministries were called as Tirth, and their deputies, they were called as Adhyaksh. Their departments were called as Vibhag. Okay. Then municipality, that was administered by 6 committees of 5 members each. And similarly, the army, that was also by 6 committees of 5 members each. All right. So overall, we can say that their administration was quite extensive, very, very extensive. However, the certain officials were very important, particularly if we talk about the states, etc. So their divisions were like that. The kingdom was established and ruled by Samrat. Then we had Kumar. Then we had right, Pradeshikas. Pradeshikas, and we had then Rajukas, and we had the Gram Bhojas, Gram Bhojak. All right. So Rajukas were basically the in charge of the rural district, whereas the Pradeshikas were in charge of the complete district, and the Kumar were the governors. Samrat was the head of the nation. Okay, so this is how their administration was taking place. But very soon, what will happen? Very soon, the empire will be over, because the last Mauryan ruler, whose name will be Brihadat, right? He will be killed by Pushyamitra Shung, right? Killed by Pushyamitra Shung. Who will be the commander-in-chief of the Maurya's army. And guys, trust me, after that, the entire setup of the Indian subcontinent, that will completely become dissociated. And afterwards, what will happen? In the post-Mauryan period, there will be the complete disintegration in the northern India and the southern India, right, and the central India. So here we can say in the north, who were the rulers? They were the Indo-Greeks, they were the Shakas, Kushanas, and there were the Parthians. In fact, here, Parthians and Kushanas. All right. Then in the central India, we had towards the east, right? Towards the east, we had Shung and we had Kanv. And in the west, we had the Satavahans. And we also had in Kaling, Meghvahan. Meghvahan. Then in the southern India, we had Cholas, Cheras, and Pandyas. All right. So these dynasties were the transitional dynasties between the two great empires. One was the Maurya, and the other one would be the Gupta age. Now, we are going to cover the Gupta kingdom, and why so? Because in that period, once again, the people will get the different type of opportunity for the further evolution from the ancient into the medieval period. All right, everybody. So now, when we talk about the Gupta period, right now, when we talk about the Gupta period, we must understand one thing. We must understand one thing, that Gupta period will be that era where the emergence of agrarian society, that will be re-strengthened, but in a new pattern. For example, here the beginning of the decentralization, all right, beginning of the decentralization means the beginning of the feudal system. I have already explained the meaning of the feudal system in the beginning of the lecture itself. So I hope that you all would be having the idea that what is the meaning of it. Okay. Then we will also see the emergence of trade and agriculture driven prosperity. All right, everybody. What is the meaning of the prosperity here? Prosperity means that now in the period of Guptas, the people will start gaining the richness, the people will start gaining the prosperity in the matters of culture. Even the literature will be greatly developing in this period. So overall, we can say that the Gupta period will emerge as a great era of literary and cultural prosperity. Literary and cultural prosperity. It will also have the economic prosperity. Got it? And this is basically known for the impact, I would say, the impact of local chieftains during later stages. All right, everyone, during the later stages. So here, let us understand it one by one. First of all, let me give you a brief timeline about the Gupta dynasty. That is very, very important to understand. Then we will learn about the society and the polity, society and the culture and the economy. These three things. And when we will learn about these three things, got it? Then why is this important to learn? Because this will be the continuous feature going directly into the medieval period, right, everybody? And also let me tell you one more thing. When we study the history, ancient and medieval particularly, after the Gupta period, we don't get much weightage in the examination. Nowadays, I think the questions are still getting asked from the topics like Rashtrakutas, etc., or the topics like Chalukyas, etc., but they are only important in a very selective manner. All right, so that's why we have to be very much concise into this. So whatever things I have explained it in the very detail, trust me, that will help you to understand the Sultanate and Mughal also, right now. In fact, we will understand Sultanate and Mughal simultaneously. Got it? Now, here, so beginning of the feudal system, but before that, let us get a basic idea about the chronology. So, chronology, okay. The chronology is basically here. Number 1, Shri Gupta. Number 2, Ghatotkach. Number 3, Chandragupta 1. Number 4, Samudragupta. Number 5, Chandragupta 2nd. Number 6, Kumargupta. And number 7, Skandagupta. All right. So only that, because after that there will be the insignificant rulers, so they are not important. So these particular rulers, which things did they have in the common? Guys, they will have one thing in the common, that they will be trying to establish themselves as someone with the divine right, someone with the great legacy, someone with ancestral connection, right, everybody? So this is very, very important to understand. The NCERT mentions it very clearly that the beginning of divine titles, okay, divine titles and superlatives, right, superlatives, that will be the common feature emerging since the Gupta period. And why so? It is because due to the humble origin, it was very important to draw the right to rule under a divine title. All right. For example, suppose, let us understand it in a very simple manner. Suppose I am going to become the next emperor, and if I am going to become the next emperor, I should have certain basis, certain basis for becoming the emperor. Otherwise, why would people believe? Why would people even think about me as an emperor? So, in order to make the people believe, what excuse will I give? I will tell to them that I belong to the dynasty of that great emperor in the ancient India. Even today also, some of the people, they keep on claiming that they belong to the house of Lord Rama, house of Lord Krishna, house of solar dynasty, lunar dynasty, Suryavanshi, Chandravanshi, these type of things. The house of great Chandragupta Maurya, like that. But the reality is basically that nobody is aware about the ancestral fact. So when these people, they became the rulers, they might have been, like the Guptas might have been the officers or the local chieftains under the Kushana dynasty. It's quite possible. So when the Kushanas, they disappeared from the scene, the Guptas had the power under them, but they did not have the name to become the emperor. So that is why after gaining the power, they decided to take the titles, they decided to conduct the yajna, they decided to conduct the land charities and donations to the Brahmins. Are you able to connect the dots? What will happen? Guys, the divine rights or divine titles granted by the Brahmins, and number 2, land grants made by these rulers to the Brahmins. Number 3, ceremonies or ceremonial sacrifices for raising the social status. So guys, this is not only about the Guptas. Do not misunderstand that we are studying only Guptas. We are actually studying about the Guptas, the Vakatakas, Harshavardhan and Chalukyas, right? So basically in their period, in their time, what was the common feature which was happening, which were taking place? The common feature was that the rulers used to claim the divine titles like Vikramaditya. Chalukyas had so many Vikramaditya. Even the Guptas had Chandragupta Vikramaditya, Skandagupta Vikramaditya. They used to take the titles like Vyaghra Parakrama, Narsingh, the titles like Singh Vikram, the titles like Dev, Deva Purush or the Deva Gupta. What are the titles going to signify? The titles are signifying that these rulers, they have got some authority from the God to rule upon the people. Okay, so this is why the first point is validated. Now the second point, land grants. Guys, do you remember the land grants called as Agrahara, Dev Dan, right, Brahmadeya, right? Three different types of the land grants used to take place. Agrahara, Devdana, Brahmadeya, all were gifted to the Brahmins or to the temple authorities. Now look at the point. Till now we don't have the temple construction, but here we will have the beginning of the temple construction also. Beginning of the temple construction also, isn't it? Good afternoon, Saudagar. So guys, till now we did not have the temple construction, but we are going to see the temple construction towards the end of the Gupta period, when the decentralization will start. Why so? What is the reason? It is because the land grants gifted to the Brahmins, that was going to be over very soon. The Brahmins could not get the land grants individually in the large quantities. So when the temple authorities will be there, they would be serving as the religious as well as the social and cultural center. This is why, in order to become acceptable as the great ancestral rulers, now remember, the prestige and the divine right was very, very necessary for the rulers to rule. Otherwise, they would lose the claim over the throne. The same thing will happen in the Sultanate as well as in the Mughal period. The claim over the throne, claim over the chair of the ruler, that was very, very important, and it completely depended upon the divinity of the ruler, upon the bestowment of the divine right by the god. Do you remember? If you might have heard it, if you don't know, then you should know that in the Sultanate period, this was called as far. It was called as far. Okay, far. Similarly, in the Sanskrit, it's called as Devagya. Right? Devagya. Devagya means what? That I am ruling by the orders of the Lord. Got it? So this is how the rulers started to become the representatives of the God on the earth. This was a symptom of the administration under the Kushan rule, where the Kushanas used to take the title of Devaputra title, right? And here the Guptas will also take the similar title, the Chalukyas will also take the title, as well as the Harshvardhan and even the Vakatakas will also have the similar titles. Even the Sultans will take the title like Zilde Ilahi, right? Zilde Ilahi. Got it? So we can say that the divinity of the titles became a common feature. Why so? Because when the Brahmins, they will accept the rulers as the divine authority of the administration, the Brahmins will get the land grants. Similarly, in the case of the Sultanate and the Mughals, when the Maulanas, when they will accept the Sultan and the Emperor's right to rule, they will also get the Waqf. Waqf means the land grant. So guys, the entire medieval period, this will be dependent upon the land grant and the divine right to rule, where a nominal central authority will be having the divine right and the local rulers will be having the practical authority over the people. This is the complete concept of the entire medieval period. I hope it's absolutely clear to everybody. Those who did not understand it, they should listen it once again, and it is very easy. Yes, absolutely, Shashikala. And I really want that all the students belonging to the southern part of our country, be it Tamil Nadu, be it Karnataka, Puducherry, Kerala, or even Karnataka, or sorry, even Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, all these areas, they must get the note that StudyIQ IAS English is going to cater a very, very specialized and dedicated help to all the students at a very great level. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Now here, let us understand. So we got the concept of the land grants made by the rulers to the Brahmins or to the religious clergies. Now when I am saying rulers to the Brahmins, so or religious clergies, all right, religious clergies. Then here ceremonial sacrifices. Here the ceremonial sacrifices, guys, look at the importance of the ceremonial religious activities. When I am saying that ceremonial religious activities, try to understand it as also the ceremonial temple destruction for the sultans. Try to get the concept, try to get the real concept, right? Actually, this was a very common thing. In the medieval period, the rulers, they used to do something for the religious purpose just to strengthen their authority over the public. Got it? This is very common. For example, the rulers, the Hindu rulers, they will be making the temples. Buddhist rulers, they will be making the monasteries. Muslim rulers, they will be destroying the temples, making the mosques, right? Why are they doing so? They are doing so because they wanted to raise their social status, raise their prestige among the, right, prestige in the religious authority. So whenever you understand, whenever you see that Mahmud from Ghazni, he is destroying the temples, whenever you see that Rashtrakutas, they are constructing the Ellora Kailash temple, whenever you see that Cholas, they are making the huge monumental temple at Tanjavur, try to understand that all of them are doing this because not only their personal perception or personal dedication was there in the religion, but also to establish themselves as a prestigious ruler, as a prestigious and powerful commander of the religion, so that their dynasty, their authority, it becomes more impactful upon the people, because people were completely religious class, very religious people. All right. So this is the entire concrete concept related to the medieval age. Now only the political details are necessary to learn. Okay, everyone.
StudyIQ IAS. अब तैयारी हुई अफोर्डेबल.